Okay, hold on. Is that the mic working now? Hopefully that should be it working. I hope. I'm seeing green bars I didn't see before. Yes. Right, okay. Oh god, I'm now shitting myself. I think I know what the problem is, because OBS did an update. And I think this is the good old fucked thing of, oh, it's done an update, so it's like reset everything to the like default value. Which has me fucking terrified, because I'm scared that's, if that's like fucked up my mic settings, I'm actually terrified that's like messed up beta, because bro, if they fucked with beta, I don't know how to fix that on my own. I'm gonna need to have to like get Sally to help me with that, because that was just, oh no. Well, I guess I need to cross my fingers on that one. Anyway, hold on, let me make sure that we get like background music working, because I had that planned for today. Uh, oh god, why am I not seeing any bar by the desktop audio? God, can see when like software updates, can it not just leave settings alone? Is that like just too much to ask? Oh my god, what an actual pain in the ass. My stream is ruined. I'm fucking washed. Oh, we can come. Yeah, we can't. Wait, hold on. Getting bars. Okay, okay, now how's the music balance? I hope it's not drowning me out. Yeah, let me know if I need to like adjust near the music at all, because I should be able to do that. Because obviously I don't want the music drowning me out. Can't hear music? Oh, bro. Wait, what about now? Is there any background music being heard now? Oh god. One single stream update has actually ruined everything. Oh, it's just very faint. Oh. Okay, hopefully that's better and not drowning me out. Yeah. Okay. That right. Hopefully that's it. We're just get. Sounds good now, right? And it's not drowning me out. Hopefully. Okay, I imagine you would have said if it was. Right. Anyway, with stream stuff out of the way, thank you, Jones, for absolutely carrying my ass with tech issues, and saving the stream. Let's get this window out the way. And go into the correct window. So yeah, we're here with something. Yeah, a bit different from what I usually do, but you know, I wanted to do something somewhat special for like the 200 follower mark. Original plans kind of flopped, and I was trying to think of something good I could do. So I'm like, hey, you know, I did get a big growth from LobCorp Corporation, and you know, project manager in general. So I thought, you know, we'd pay a little homage to it by doing a tier list, because that way it's like I can yap about it, people who know LobCorp can yap about their opinions. And as you can see here, if I just scroll down, yeah, I'm getting fucking ready. We are going to yap, and rate, and y'all are going to be subjected to my opinion on every single abno in this game. So like, prepare yourselves to chat, because oh boy, I got a lot to say. Oh, so it's like, oh shit, Jones, you know, you played some LobCorp and were in early game from what I remember, so I guess spoilers on the abnos. I guess, don't worry, I can talk about the abnos without talking about any story beats, so like that's a good thing at least. Yeah, and then, hold on, and also, as you can see, I've got a large ass video of, say whatever you will, cool. But yeah, we got a large ass video, you know, to get footage to go with every single abno yapping. I do want to give a disclaimer though, because I feel it would be fair, that this is not my footage. There is a content creator, Grill Master, who made like, basically like abno handling tutorial videos on like every single abnormality in the game. And to be a big time saver, I basically took all my footage, besides from one abno, from him specifically. So, you know, big thanks, big shout out to Grillmaster for having a very convenient playlist for me to steal footage from. But I do want to like give the credit of where I like stole it all from, because I'm somewhat good. But yeah, so before I go any further, I'm gonna kind of give like my criteria of how I'm like gonna rate these Chuckle Fox. Because you can see the tiers themselves. I've kept it simple, you know, 5 tiers. You know, peak, like them. They exist, you know, neutral and different. Not a fan, and then if I load or despise them. So there's a few factors that I'm using for this tier list. The first one is like how would I word this? The gameplay mechanic wise, do the abnos have you know, good mechanics when you bring them in? Are they interesting to work with? Do they bring something unique or fun to the facility? Or are they just like, hey, do this guy, do the work right, whatever? The second thing that I'm considering is the fun factor. Is it fun to have them in the facility? Do they spice things up, make the game more fun, more interesting, you know, keep you on your toes in a fun way? Or are they annoying? Do they just piss me off if I have to bring them into my facility? Also, I just realised that this list actually has some of the like cut content abnos. Because I just realised Price of Silence here, and it's like, oh, you never made it to the final game, buddy. I can't put you in the list. But yeah, you know, I've got the footage. We'll go along and see. Anyway, so yeah, the fun gameplay mechanics. Oh, right. The third thing that I'm kind of basing this off is also rewards. How rewarding is the abno to have in the list? You know, if you bring them in and I work on them, do I get a good weapon and armor from them? Do they bring a good benefit? It kind of mingles in with the like enjoyment factor, I guess, but these are kind of like the 3 main like criteria that I'm going off of. Also, like, there is lore, but lore isn't going to play a huge part. Quite a few of these animals have basic lore, but the ones that have cool lore are going to get some bonus points. But you'll probably see as I go through the list, lore is like the least significant thing that I'm kind of focusing on here, because most of them are just like vague, cryptic, or just like whatever. But yeah, with that rambling out of the way, we can finally begin the list in proper earnest. So let's pull the footage up and start. Now, okay, off to a bonus start, because we're starting with like, you know, 1 sin and hundreds of good deeds, which is like, cool name, But you know, he's the guy you get at the start of the game. He's like the basic bitch. He really don't do anything. He's literally there to be your tutorial fodder. Like, bro, I barely even have any footage. I took like 8 seconds of footage of the guy and that was it. Like, they're really... Okay, this kind of hurts to say because as a spoilery thing, there's one cool, unique, gimmicky thing about One Sin. Because, for those who don't know, One Sin has a very, very unique interaction with one other abnormality in the game that you'll probably see much later. In fact, I think it'll be the last abno we talk about, sadly. But I don't think that one really cool interaction saves him from just being like the like tutorial fodder guy. So sadly, wherever he is, yeah, here he is. Sadly, I'm putting him in just because also I don't have footage of them. But the crash test dummy, the thing from the actual tutorial you do, yeah, it's also just gonna go in they exist. Tier will just throw them both in at the same time. Really not much to say about that. Now, jumping on to something significantly more interesting, we've got Don't Touch Me. Now, I like Don't Touch Me spoilers. So, this is a gimmicky abno because you can actually work on it. The gimmick is that... Hold on, we've got the footage here. Because the gimmick is, bad things will happen if you try to touch Don't Touch Me. So... hold on, if it appears in the footage here. So yeah, if you try to click its name... to view its profile information, it triggers every single abnormality in your facility to hit the 0 in the quit counter, which means everything is either going to escape or activate its I do bad thing trigger, which is really bad. So, you know, that's catastrophic. But the solution is you simply don't touch it. Now the question then becomes, what about the abno itself? And for the abno, oh god, like yeah. For the abno itself, oh right, that's one thing I completely forgot about it. So yeah, sometimes Don't Touch Me will disguise itself as different abnormalities to try and like trick you into clicking on it. If you click on its profile itself, Don't Touch Me just straight up insta-kills every employee, so one way or another it's gonna do really bad things if you touch it. And, you know, how do you deal with it? You just do what the thing says, don't touch me. You don't touch it, you'll be completely fine. Now, it's a nice little gimmicky thing, but there's one more thing about Don't Touch Me that gives bonus points. And we'll get to the footage here. So, when you're in the actual menu, preparing for the day, I believe Don't Touch Me is the only abno that has a, like, interaction within your, like, preparation menu. If you click its icon on the preparation menu to try and sneak peek at its, you know, information, your screen gets this crack effect. You press it again, the screen cracks even more, and then if you push it a third time, it's very short there, I cut it off very, very soon, but you'll get like a static screen, and also you get a jump scare where a Korean voice basically in Korean screams, "Don't touch me," and it's a very loud jump scare, and it's really funny. I remember getting a good laugh from it when that happened. In fact, actually, if we take a peek real quick. I think I actually had a clip at the moment. Oh shit. Oh, okay. People been clipping and I didn't even notice. Cool. Yeah, I think I've got like a super old clip of like my encounter with Don't Touch Me, but I might be wrong. Life censored reaction. No? Did I maybe... I swear I've got it somewhere. It might be on my YouTube channel. I mean, I played LobCorp when after I became a vampire VTuber, so it would be up here. Oh yeah, this is when they did meet in LobCorp's funny button. Xenoblood, I love your OST, but we're gonna shut you up for a second just so I can like show this clip off. Yeah, hold on. Because I do want to just show this off basically. And you know, we'll crank the volume up for this. So yeah, this is basically like a clip of my first interaction with Don't Touch Me, and also this will show off the jump scare that I was talking about. Well, this is what we'll thought. I don't know if this is what you'll think. Yeah, I pushed it and everyone died. Wait, all agents are... What the fuck happened? I see. What about doing it again? Oh, that's loud. Oh yeah, one other thing I should mention. After that little funny jump scare clip happens, it crashes your game. The abno crashes your game and forces you to like boot it back up, and I think that's... It's a small thing overall, but it's so funny to me. Yo, Nate, how you doing? How's it going? Yeah, I'm doing well. You caught me just like at the start of my funny making a LobCorp abno tier list. I was literally just yapping about my, you know, good old days of first discovering Don't Touch Me. Yeah, I heard last night, Momo and Ted were telling me 0.2 dropped, and I need to play it myself. I want to get my hands on Colossus. And, you know, try out Silver Blaze and probably some Tripwire. I was also hearing a lot, apparently Light got her hands on playing 0.2, and she has been absolutely loving playing Tripwire. So I'm very excited. I gotta play it. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I'm having that like minuscule son of a bitch moment. The fact like I release an Outcome Memories video talking about all the like killers and survivors, and then they fucking add in 0.2 a few days later. Like, damn. Tripwire is insanely fun. Oh god, I need to see it. Map control colors are so good in games like these. Yeah, with the mines, the lasers, yeah. I can't wait to see it. Who knows, depending on how early I finish up this tier list and how long the yapping goes on, I might actually just do Outcome as my I play this game to fill time. Yeah, look man, I didn't have that kind of faith. I thought we were in for a longer wait. Also, I thought that video would be quicker to make than it actually ended up being, but oh well. Anyway, where was it? Oh yeah, so the button Don't Touch Me. Like, okay, it doesn't do much, and it's really just got funny gimmicks behind it, but like, Okay, I don't know, maybe calling it peak is too generous. Maybe I should just put in I like them. But for now, I want to put it in like the peak tier list. It's just too good. Oh, so yo, Timeless, how's it going? I'm doing good. I'm vibing, chilling. I don't know. I had a bit of a like hectic, busy week with like IRL stuff that came off of a really busy week. Cause yeah, so the reason I've not been active this week much, by the way, is cause one friend of mine that I play a lot of FF14 with, he basically mentioned he's gonna be very very busy in 2026 and I won't get to see much. So I was like, oh shit, that's I gotta spend time with this dude. And then one or two other FF14 friends were like, yeah, we also might be busy in the near future. So I'm like, oh shit, I really gotta spend time with these bozos before they like disappear. So we've been locking in and doing like a shit ton. Like I've been playing so much Final Fantasy 14 this week, it's not even funny. Spend time before it'll be too late. Yeah, because it's like I want to make the most of my time before they like kind of disappearing and I don't get to save them as much. So you know, that it was kind of the priority. But you know, I'm here now to talk about LobCorp way too much. Speaking of which, who is next on the yapping list after the funny button? Wait, you know, I'm just gonna let the footage play out. Oh, well, cheers! Love. Okay, this is okay, it's not as funny as the button, but like, well, cheers is just nice, you know. So, opened can of well cheers is a very like simple, like generally early game abno you grab, where it. You know, you just get drinks from it. I need to remember, I know there is like a way to get insta-killed by it, but like it never happens. Wait, you know, actually we'll look it up. Cause there is a way this thing does insta-kill you. But yeah, generally you'll like grab drinks from it whenever you do work on it, and it gives you like a small health or sanity boost. Okay, no, I'm a fucking liar. It's not a small boost. 40% HP or SP, that's actually kind of huge. Grape heals 30% of both. If the employee drinks a soda after a bad result, the agent falls over on the spot. The shrimps move closer. Carrying a fishing boat. The employee will be brought to a fishing boat. After the waves fade away, the agent will be considered dead. Okay, well that's just the good ending, because they get to go on a fishing trip with well cheers and be free from the company. Yeah, you rarely ever like get a bad work result with well cheers. He's just a homie like that. But yeah, I actually didn't realise it was such a big like sanity and health heal you got from that. Shrimp. Time to take notes since I'd like to know how to play it. I mean, it's very simple. It's like you drag workers to work on abnos. Sadly this will spoil the game because kinda like Runa, a part of the joy is the learning process, so you know, me yapping about every abno will be some spoilers, but you know, dealing with all of them at once in the later days is its own thing. And also, this game has boss fights, which are a whole nother can of worms in itself, which, yeah, you'll definitely, you won't be getting any spoilers about bosses from me today. You'll be going into that shit blind. Also, a funny thing, Timeless, because you're familiar with Lumbus and Runa, yeah, you're gonna see some fun little familiar faces here. Yeah, you know, they do their funny little dancing and take you away in their boat. But yes, so I don't know, like, wheelchairs is helpful, especially with a heel that big, but like, oh, see, they're another one where it's like I can't tell if I want to like call them peak for how actually helpful they are. Cause like, don't touch me isn't helpful. It's just really funny. Like it's in the peak tier through comedy value alone. But wheelchairs is like, at some point it's tame, but like, it can be really helpful to have. Because like, I generally always try and grab wheelchairs at the start of a run. Like, if I can. Nezak's favourite abno since it gives drinks. Me and White Knight. Oh, don't you worry, Nip. I have a lot to say about White Knight when we get there. Actually, wait, hold on. That reminds me. I kind of want to, like... where is... White Knight? Because I want to put it and someone else together. Because I kind of want to do a 2-in-1. You know what, I'll see it when the list thins down. Wheelchairs is peak because it's a free early stats spam for 3 main stats, not yeah. I mean, to be fair, actually, with a boost that good like that, that's peaked his. That's not even just good early game. You can make use of that in the mid game as well, I would say. And late game, it becomes a bit more irrelevant. You know what? Wheelchairs goes above the funny button. Right. Next on the list, punishing but friend. And then he went to Runa and he became an absolute dickhead. God, I hate what Runa does to a swell lad. Mid-game, usually you farm he's that aren't too dangerous to work on the loose. Yeah, that's true. So like, okay, Punishing Bird, you know, pretty simple. You do like, was it insight work? And then when he escapes, you know, he'll run around and peck. But like, his pecks, like, you see here in this guy, like, 1 damage, right? He barely does any damage to you, so honestly, just let bro vibe and do his little pecks, and he'll go back when he's had enough pecking, right? Because he just chill like that, he just wants to have his little moment. But if you're stupid enough to attack, friend, you'll piss Punishing Bird off, and you see that large amount of HP that this person took just in like 1 hit? Yeah. Yeah, this is why we don't piss off friend. Because I dare guess that this is like a well built up employee. Because an early game employee, that's an insta kill. So yeah, Punishing Bird. I mean, it's another like fairly simple early game abno. I think I've made my opinion of Punishing Bird like quite clear. I don't think there's any hiding that. Little buddy goes and where is he? Here he is. You know, I like him. You know, he's literally the embodiment of the. He's just a little guy. I mean, also, Punishing Bird. Like, if you remember what I said about certain abnos having interactions with each other, Punishing Bird is related to a little funny gimmicky interaction, but we're gonna talk about that a little bit later when we get to some other abnos. Just a little bird, yeah, exactly. That's you see, look at him. He's just a little bird, just a little guy. You know, just you know, he just wants to do like justice with his little beak, a little wee damage here and there. Like he's vibing. And then he got to Runa where the ads in this fight are absolute dickheads, and it's just kind of annoying. But I don't know, Teenage Rebellion, I guess. Just a bird. Yeah. Yeah, I just see a little dude vibing and I'm like, damn! Oh, anyway, oh yeah, wall gazer. I mean, like, how the fuck did I talk about wall gazer? Oh, so wait, was this actually her? I thought you had a different name, but maybe I'm misremembering. I mean, yeah, they do be gazing at that wall, and also they're just kind of like caked up like that. I mean, I guess if they don't want clothes, that's fine. That's their life choice. I guess good to know LobCorp is just kind of vibing with the funny nudist creature. But yeah, I don't know. Like, this is another one where Wall Gazer really doesn't do much. It has one gimmick where it can cause like a jump scare in itself. Which I think we'll see in a moment. Because I think I did get the footage for that. Yeah, like the hands appear a little static and it makes a like generic scream sound effect. Yeah, you know, that poor clerk just got murked by it, but like no one else is really affected. It's... I don't know. Like, I'm sure we could all laugh, like, teehee naked women, but like... unfortunately, in my tier list, being a naked woman, it doesn't really get you much further than the exist tier list. You know what? No, I was gonna question, like, did I put it above One Sin or not? But the one funny thing that One Sin can do makes it funnier than a naked woman, so, like, yeah, he stays above. Because, yes, I'm trying to be that guy that does, like, specific placements. Naked, what? I mean... I can sugarcoat it, Timeless. It's... Hold on, I need to, like, go back to Wall Gazer. Like, wait, hold on. Let me go back to when, like, the screen's cleared. I mean... You know, Timeless, I think it's a case of, like, what you see is what you get with Wall Gazer. Yeah, that's just an abno that LobCorp put in the game. Yeah. I don't have much more to say about it. It's like, yeah, Project Moon did that. They said, yeah, that's thing that we're gonna call an abno. I mean, to be fair, it's not the worst thing. Like, okay, we got like a stressed out bald guy whose head turns to metal, right? I mean, you know, we got Birds, like Punishing Bird. He's just a little dude, but he's getting locked in captivity. Like, but yeah, it exists. Now, the next one is gonna be a bit tough to rate. Good old, like, 1.76 MHz. And... okay. See, a fear bias is gonna take a hold of this one because... it's a fairly basic abno out. Attack, sanity like fuck. And if its counter hits 0, it'll spread static randomly across the facility, dealing sanity damage to the facility. Now this is fine because it's a fairly easy abno to manage, and you know, it's like, okay, it's a unique gimmick, and also if you get the counter back up, you can stop the static. Fair balanced abno, and it's pretty alright. The problem that I have, the thing that makes it tough to rate, is MHZ is very good for training up employees' justice stat, and justice is the best stat in the game. It increases movement speed, it increases attack speed, It's very good, and it's because this is an early game abno that's very good for increasing that stat on your employees. I kinda want to give it, like, bias favour. But I don't know if that one thing alone is, like... It, like, yeah, it comes under my category of, like, it's rewarding. Keep in mind, you know, my 3 categories: gameplay mechanics, fun factor, and how rewarding it is. It's definitely a rewarding abno to have. Fun, you know, I'd say it's decently fun and not too punishing to deal with. And gameplay mechanics, I guess, are, you know, kind of the same as the fun factor. Gameplay mechanics, it's fine to deal with. Pretty good. Like, honestly, I definitely think it's better than They Exist. I think we'll put you in the I like them tier. Like, I like it. It's good, it's helpful, it's mechanic-wise not too crazy. Probably not going to top Punishing Bird, because I think Punishing Bird's just going to stay at the top of the I like them tier list. Like, it'll be tough to top Little Homie without going into the peak tier. What can I say? Punishing Bird's just like my gatekeeper between what's good and what's peak. It's just gonna be like that. But yeah, really, that's all I have to say. Again, it's another simple-ish abno, I guess. Oh! Train jump scare, we're not gonna talk about the train yet. I got a lot of words for the train later. Yeah, Beauty and the Beast. This is another simplest one. So, really a simple gimmick. The best work result you can do on this thing is repression style work. But the twist is, if you repress Beauty and the Beast, it'll end up in pain. So if you repress it too much, like I think twice in a row, it'll be in so much pain that it's just gonna snap and kill an employee. So you kinda just need to balance it out. Like, and it's not like it's an easy thing you need to like remember or forget or keep on top of, because if we go back to, you can tell when it's in pain based on its animation. Like, it has, you know, its base animation, this is when it's fine and you can do repression work on it without any consequence. And then when it is in pain, cool, it's on the Waldstein theme, I guess. You know, it slumps over, so you can kinda tell. Like, I don't know, like, it has some mechanics going on, and it's like, yeah, I guess technically you could use it as a train up reparation, but I don't even think he was that good at it. Like, I don't think you got that much of a bonus, at least compared to like MHZ. And also comparing Beauty and the Beast to MHZ, like funny static screen, like, is a interesting gimmick. Meanwhile, Beauty and the Beast is just like, hey, don't do repression on it twice in a row. Like, wait, hold on, where are you? Where is Beauty and the Beast's icon? Hold on, I might be blind. See, I thought it... Wait, hold on, did I, like, forget what its icon was? Wait. Yeah, it's like the bundle of eyeballs. Hold on. Oh, right, it's literally right at the top, and I'm skimming through right. I'm actually blinded there. You're definitely a lot more interesting than one son, so we'll put you up there for now, I guess. Right, is it still going to be a bunch of like early ones? Because I thought we had like a nice scramble. Okay, no, we've got our basic-ish one, Scorched Skittle. I mean, okay, Scorched Skittle at least has more going on for her. Cause, you know, for an early game, what I do remember she did was like quite a bit of damage. I remember she gave me a bit of trouble when I first started the game. And then there's the funny thing of if she escapes, she works a little differently than most of your abnos, where instead of just going out and attacking people, she basically chooses a target that has like a mark over their head, if I remember right. And she'll basically walk towards the target, where when she reaches them she does a large explosion. So your goal is you want to kill her, or sorry, suppress her I should say, before she reaches her intended target. And you know, that's easy to do. Like, you just have the target run away from her while your others wail on her. Now, the one thing you do got to be careful of, and the fun little surprise that gets added in, that we might see, when Scorched Skittle does get marked, okay, that wasn't like anything here with her. But yeah, when she dies, she does also explode as well. So you want to either get people to run away from her after death, or the safer option, attack her with ranged weapons.
I'm Linda, proud mum of Team GB's.
No, get oh,
I know from watching my daughter.
get the fuck out of here, Linda. Ooh, ads. Boom, exactly. Which makes it like really funny to me that, you know, obviously in Runa, when we got the Scorched Skittle like pages, a lot of it's about like burning and exploding. It's a very nice reference and carryover. Obviously I'm not counting Runa into this at all. That's just a neat detail I like. Honestly, I think Runa carried over a lot of abno reference wise quite well. But not the game we're talking about. You know, Runa, I play enough of it, I yap about it enough. We're talking about good old LobCorp. I don't know. This is a tough one because I'm actually okay, chat. This might sound a little bad. I'm kind of tempted to just add in a new tier because, like, you know, Scorched Skittle and like Beauty and the Beast, like, I don't know if I would put them on the I like them tier. Oh, I don't know, maybe Scorched Skittle was kinda neat. But like, I don't know. Like, they don't just exist, they do more than exist. You know what, fuck it, I've talked to myself into it, we're making a new tier. So yeah, this one will be, and what was that I just said? Like, what, they're kinda neat? Yeah, you know what, kinda neat. That's, I don't wanna put, yeah. Scorched Skittle, there you are. Yeah, you know what, Scorched Skittle, kinda neat. Also, I need to check. Oh yeah, that new tier list is not blending well with the transparency effect on OBS. I need to change this tier's color. Oh no, they're the same color. Can I get away with this coloring? Oh no, that doesn't work at all. Does that work? Now the colours are... Okay, you know what? That works. Wait, how many... Oh. How many birds are there? 4. There's 4 birds, and we are going... I think we'll get to the other 3 soon enough. Can't wait for train to show... Oh, yeah, I got things to say about the train. Yeah, because... where are we at? 4 minutes 10 seconds. Let me... you know what? Okay, we're gonna cheat and skim along a little bit, because it's like, where are the... Yeah, okay, so yeah, wait till we get to the 8-minute mark of this video. Where are these? I thought I had 3 videos, fuck. I do not care about Team GB eating porridge, good for them, I just want to listen to tunes in peace. Sorry, I'm yelling at ads again. But yeah, we'll talk about the other 3 birds in very, very shortly. But yeah, okay, so Scorched Skittle, yeah, kinda neat, you know? Seagull Boom, actually, that... And I need to debate with myself, I'm actually gonna put Scorched Skittle in the island, I don't know. We might change things. Also, oh, here we go, another familiar face from Runa. Letitia. So Letitia... I don't know, she's kind I don't know. Letitia has an interesting gimmick, but it's not heavily involved, so working with her is pretty simple and safe. She's not a very high demanding abno, especially for being heat tier, it's quite fine. But the trick of her mechanic comes from after someone works with her. Because once a person works with her, you can see they get this little love heart, which is the gift. Well, you know, we love receiving a fun little gift. Runa players, you may recognise this as the funny thing that, you know, we get to use in HODs for, handing out gifts to the enemies. Not the gift, yeah. So here's how it works in LobCorp. The gift will just float above a character's head, and it's fine. It's just a nice little present. However, if... Hold on, we'll show it here. If somebody who has a gift goes to do work on any other abnormality, yeah, the gift opens and the little witch's friend comes out. Whoever had the gift will instantly die, and the spider will start just roaming around the facility attacking people. So this is why it's an interesting gimmick but not heavily involved, because essentially what you do is you get one employee each day to work with Letitia, and they are just the Letitia person. They work with Letitia and they are not allowed to work with any other abnormality. Which is fine, it's like, okay, it's a one-person job. And it's quite easy to take care of. Now, there's one other thing I want to remind myself of, because I don't know if I'm gaslighting myself here. There's a part of me that wants to say, I think there was also a mechanic that if you walked too far away from Letitia's containment unit, it would trigger the gift, but I don't remember if that's me making shit up. Or if that is just thing, details, energy input. She gives a heartfelt gift. The gift... When the sale was cancelled before the gift was born, nothing stranger cards. Oh yeah, so you can cancel if you're wrong. Right, okay, so wondering isn't a thing. That's just like, I don't know, probably some weird gaslighting thing I probably heard once. I mean, I don't know. Like, as a mechanic, that certainly exists, and it's kinda neat, like I said. But also, like I said, you just put one person to Letitia, due to like each day you can kind of just set and forget her. And you can't really use her for training that well, because like, unless you're just doing a Letitia only day, because so many people are going to get the gift. Yeah, you know what, I think that's fair. I think Letitia just kinda exists. And you know what, that's okay. Is it? Oh, I think I forgot to put the ones in. Ah, now we get to a fun one. Schadenfreude. I'm not. I don't know pronunciations. I don't even know what language that is. Like German, maybe French, possibly. But yeah, Schadenfreude is an interesting one with an actual neat gimmick. So, Schadenfreude's gimmick is that you've not to look at it when it's being worked on or in combat. And it's quite good because you can do any work on Schadenfreude, because the success depends on if you're looking at it or not. So, like, right now, obviously, we're looking at it, we have our gaze on it, and you can see it's just causing, like, a bad work result. So literally, and it even caused a breakout. So what you would want to do to actually have a good work result with Schadenfreude is, like, you start working on it and then you just scroll off screen. You just cannot look at it while it's being worked on, and everything will be fine and you'll get a great result from it. So it's good, good abno to have, because in theory, it's really easy to work with, and also it's how do I put this? And it's also useful because you can do any type of work on it. You can raise any stat you want on it, and in combat it's the same thing. When it breaks out, it's running and attacking, but then you'll see it. We scroll, we go off screen, and you'll see it took damage, and the employees didn't take any damage while off screen was happening. Because for those who want to know how it actually mechanically works, is Schadenfreude can't move. If Schadenfreude's escaped, it can move while escaping if it's not on your screen. But like I've said, in theory, Schadenfreude is really easy to deal with. Unfortunately, there are those moments I've had in LobCorp, like plenty of times, where I would send somebody to work on Schadenfreude to get some energy for the day. And then I would have the screen like zoomed out for, because obviously I want to look at several different things going on at once. And then just by accident, I would just realise, oh, Schadenfreude is just slightly on screen right at the edge, and I've just gotten somebody really badly hurt from it. And then obviously the right repressing it is easy enough because you're just like, oh, don't look at it and he dies. But it's not the worst mechanic to work around, honestly. I think it's quite fine. I definitely don't mind Schadenfreude. Because like I said, when it breaks out, it will hurt the employee it was working with. But it's not a guaranteed insta-kill, especially if the employee's strong enough. So, even if you fuck off, it's not the most punishing thing ever. So I would say I actually like Schadenfreude, and it's funny. Oh, thank you for that. Oh yeah, thank you for the hydrate things. I'll absolutely take that. But it's very good because there's a certain abno, who has a similar-ish gimmick to Schadenfreude that I don't like as much as him. Because the punishment factor is way, way, way higher. So, Schadenfreude, I think, I like him. Apparently Schadenfreude was in Leviathan too. See, I know of Leviathan, but I haven't read it yet, because I have heard that it has some big spoilers for Library of Runa in it. But I do want to read Leviathan at some point. Because you know, it's all about like Virgilius and Virgilius' backstory, and I'd love to know more about that. I'd like to see what's going on with the funny red gaze man. But yeah, welcome in, Delts. Right, so, okay, now I need to ask myself the big question. It's like, do I really like Punishing Bird more than Schadenfreude? Because Schadenfreude, like, I think it's better and more interesting mechanically than Punishing Bird, but like, Punishing Bird is friend, though. You know, it's my list. I'm Evil Bias Man. Punishing Bird stays above, Schadenfreude. uh, Vampire Sick. I don't. No, not really. I don't know. I think someone just like got caught in the throat. So, yeah. If that sounded like a big heavy cough, I was just trying to like force it out. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. Uh, God, like I only like recovered from infection like a few weeks ago. I don't want to be going getting sick again. Especially not now. I've got too much shit to do. Because like I got so many stream plans, potential upcoming collabs, and then obviously you know just Christmas festivity like family stuff like. I don't got time to be sick. I gotta like get shit done. Uh, but thank you for your concern, Timeless. I do appreciate it. Uh, okay. Child of the Galaxy next. I don't. I don't know. Okay, I'll be. Okay, I'm gonna sound like such a real heartless monster chat because I've got heavy split opinions on Child of the Galaxy. So he's a pretty neat abno. You can do any sort of work on him. He really doesn't discriminate. And you know when somebody does good work with him, he gives that person a pebble, and the pebble's great, you know, because it's like a constant little regen, very good, very nice little healing item. Now the downside to this, because of course there has to be a downside, is his counter will go down. So I should mention his counter is a bit of a roller coaster because it can go up really high, like 4 or 5 or something like that, if people keep visiting him, especially if it's someone with a pebble, because he's like, oh my god, my friend keeps visiting me. Great, it's good. However, this whiny, needy little fuck will make the counter go down and get all sad if you visit someone else because he don't want to share the love and friendship, right? And if the counter hits 0, he just straight up murks the friend and says fuck you. Also, I believe if I remember right, I think the counter also drops to 0 if the person with the pebble dies, and then you know he just starts crying. And this is where the heartless thing comes in because it's like the fact that the abno is themed solely around like a crying needy child just kind of pisses him off. I don't like it. Like I just want to bully this kid, right? The fact that he's just constantly crying and constantly so needy, it's like, you selfish fuck, let other abnos get the visit from your friend, right? He's just trying to spend time with all the peeps, and you're trying to hog him all to yourself, and like selfish little brat. I wanna like punt him. Beauty and the Beast is an ugly abno. I just don't like the idea of a creature with multiple eyes in one place. Oh yeah, it's an ugly little shit for sure. But like I don't know, mechanically it's alright. Actually, did I wait? Where did I put you again? Oh yeah, you were more than just existing. So I'm like, yeah, it's kind of neat. And then it went below Scorched Skittle because at least she's got more going on for her. Don't tell me he's more troublesome than his runic. Honestly, no. Child of the Galaxy is actually really easy to manage. Because, like I said, you can put his counter up to 4 or 5. So literally what you can do is you just spam Child of the Galaxy with one guy for like 4 or 5 times and get a really high counter. And then you get wiggle room. He's basically like an easier Letitia. Because, like, yeah, the counter will go down if the person with the pebble visits someone else, but then you just have someone visit him, and the counter will go back up. I'm really just, I'm basically just hating on a child because he's sad and has attachment issues. That's literally what it is. Timeless, I'm a terrible person. Local vampire shows that he is actually a monster. No, Child of the Galaxy, very easy and straightforward. And the reward is great, because the pebble gives constant healing. It's the fact things can go to shit if, someone with the pebble dies. And that's kinda like... attachment issues, relatable. But I don't know, I guess, like... I mean, I don't know, I was gonna say I like him, because overall I think he is a good abno. Which is kind of scuffed considering I said that I would want to punt him for constantly crying, but you know what, I'm just a hater, chat, and actually, I think he's an alright kid. He cries a lot, but his heart's in the right place. Yeah, I think that's the best way to talk about Child of the Galaxy. Michael, don't leave me here. You know what, that joke alone, if I just think of that joke and apply that to Child of the Galaxy, that just makes me like him now. Now he's the funny "don't leave me here" guy. I mean, okay, I don't know if this my partial colorblind is wrong. Like, he's kind of purpley. Like, maybe he's like just a really, really sad purple guy. I don't know, chat. He might be. Little sad galaxy boy with funny glowy rocks. Actually, today I've had an improved vision of Child of the Galaxy. Maybe I was just a hater the entire time. This is the Christmas miracle. Oh! Oh! Oh, now we get to talk about some good shit. I know, spoilers, I guess. Gee, I wonder what he's gonna say about this abno. Oh. Oh. Okay, chat. So, for those of you who... okay, like, Timeless, I know for you. You don't know this guy, but you've definitely seen his drip in his game. The German Flame Sniper, from the creator of the funny Magic Bullet ID. And that one really quirky little Angela phase, Der Freyschütz. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, chat. I fucking love Der Freyschütz. He's a really, really funny abno. Now, he has fitting his theory, he has a bit of a kinda toughish work commitment. You get decent reward from it, but as you can see, you can't have attachment work with their phrases. Instead, it gets replaced with a request button. Now, for those who don't know, Unleashed, what's the request button? Well. The request button does what it says. You give their phrases a bit of the energy you've earned on a day, and he will fire a bullet for you. And this bullet, it goes quite long, like we'll see it fired here. It starts from where you aim it all the way along to the right, so it can be like a full screen along a hallway. And it's really good because it packs a pretty decent punch. Now, the thing about the bullet to note is it's good and it's strong, but it also does not discriminate friend from foe. Anything in the bullet's way is going to get hurt, but that's when you reposition your employees around it and you can use it to take care of threats. It's good. However, those of you familiar with the Magic Bullet ID will also know that Der Freyschütz is based around, I forget the origin of it, but you know the funny little story of the gun that fires like, it's 7 magical bullets. You can see right there, bullet just like one shot that one employee there, doesn't discriminate, very strong. Because, kind of like, how the 7th bullet works in the other games. Every 7th bullet that you ask their frigates to fire will be aimed randomly instead of where you want it to be aimed. Which, as you can imagine, can potentially be dangerous. Also, if their frigate's counter hits 0, he doesn't break out, he just randomly fires the bullet, which, you know, gambling, but yeah, he's a pretty chill guy. He's really not that hard to keep happy. But yeah, he's pretty chill, pretty good, and his unique mechanic that he brings to the table is really helpful, and it leads to a lot of comedic situations. Also, this will be the first instance where I bring up equipment. The gun that you get from their frigates is a powerful gun, and it has the same effect his gun does, that it doesn't discriminate between friend or foe. So yeah, if you have someone firing the magic bullet gun, you don't want any other allies in the way, but it's a fun thing to work around. It's fun, it's interesting, very unique. Yeah, I'm putting him at the top of the tier list for now. He's actually peak chat. I don't think there's any argument or debate that their frigates is a great and really fun abno. It absolutely is no surprise to me that their frigates and Magic Bullet has been a reoccurring theme within every Project Moon game so far. Because it is just that good. It does not surprise me at all. Bro has earned it. Bro has earned that status. And, then we got, Olympus also added in the variation of their flu shots, and, I mean, he's just lame with their free shots, like, it's the sequel nobody really asked for, but, whatever, it gave us, like, fail bullet Yi-Sang, and that's really funny, I guess, that quirky character. I don't really care much for their flushits, but their freshits, like, he's cool. He's the OG, No, chat. Wait, hold on. What the fuck happened to my background music? I just realised. Oh, you turned off the loop, you. Oh wait, no, the shuffle. Oh, you turned off my shuffle, you bastards. Oh, sorry, I was so distracted by my yapping. I realised that. Yeah, let me get my background music back.
With Vinted's new electronics category, you can say.
Boo, I didn't ask for ads, I wanted music. Now, what did I just fucking say? Speaking of Yi-Sang, I did a 10 pull and I got Fell Bullet and Banner Ryoshu. Oh, I haven't actually kept up with Limbus, and I've been hearing mixed things about that new Ryoshu, but generally mostly good. Oh, I need to get back into it, because I did hear that for Christmas we're getting another LobCorp unit, LobCorp Rodian, and well, given how much I enjoy LobCorp and Runa, yeah, I'd like to take a gamble trying to get an LobCorp unit. But, yeah, where were we? Well, it's time for that fucking bird that I hate. That fucking bird that I hate. Actually, and Billy was like, go, you're... yeah, I know. Billy's a huge Ryoshu fan. Like, isn't Ryoshu, like, literally his, like, icon whenever he appears on, like, people's streams? In fact, okay, hold on. I'm gonna try and look for something, chat, because I want to show you... If I can, I would like to show you the backstory of my relationship with Big Bird, because I have it in a VOD somewhere. Because, okay, so let me start yapping for now. So, Big Bird has a lot going on for him mechanic-wise. And if you've watched me play Runa recently when I did the Big Bird fight and that, you will know I do not like Big Bird. On the contrary, I actually he really do be that fucking bird that I hate. I'm not a fan at all. Because what happened was, I think I've got the stream here, let's see if I can find the clip. Because what happened is, let me tell you a story and paint the narrative, right? So, back in the day, I was playing through LobCorp and I almost got a normal ending. You know, I made my way to day 46 after a very, very long struggle. And I was like, okay, I won't win, but I'm gonna get a nice, simple, you know, a nice, simple, you know, ending. I'll be humble about it, and I'll crawl my way to victory. Right, now, let's put Grillmaster's wonderful footage collection down so that I can show you my own footage and my trauma, how did it all happen. So there I look at me like sticking to fancy schmancy, like stereotypical vampire drip. I got better drip. Also damn, I was so pale. But there I was. 3 abnos to choose. For people who don't know, LobCorp, pretty much at the start of every couple of days, you'll get a choice of 3 abnormalities, and you have to pick one to bring into your facility. So, actually, can I full screen this? I should be able to full screen this, surely. So here I am at day 46 with a choice of 3 abnos. Alarion, the red shoes, and a mystery one who I hadn't unlocked yet, so it's just got a code number. Now, this is going to be spoilers for later on in the tier list. I don't like Alarion, and I fucking hate the red shoes. Red shoes is, again, spoiler for the tier list, red shoes is like one of my least favourite abnos. I hate it so much, chat. I hate the red shoes so much. Alarion isn't that bad, but I don't like it. But yeah. So, I see these, I don't like them, and so I decide to take the mystery box. Ooh, the mystery. The mystery box in question ended up being Big Bird. Now, let's see if we can skip to day 46 shenanigans. You know, there he is, we're working on him, we're learning how the Big Bird works. Which I guess I can rant about that now. So, Big Bird, you know, he's not like the absolute strictest thing ever. He's mostly okay to keep contained. The problem with Big Bird is he is what we in the business call a death-sensitive abnormality. And you can ask pretty much any LobCorp player and I think they will all answer with confidence. We fucking hate death-sensitive abnormalities, they're the worst. What does that mean, Unleashed? I hear people hypothetically ask. Good question. Basically, Big Bird and some other abnos will automatically either break out or get their counter lowered if people in the facility die. And this doesn't just count your employees, this also considers the clerics, these little random goobers that walk around. And when the shit hits the fan, clerics die quite a lot really fast. And in fact, it was actually super bad because I had Queen of Hatred here. We'll talk about her later. But Queen of Hatred basically is the opposite of a death-sensitive abno. She will freak out unless people are dying. So having her and the Big Bird in the same facility was a big mistake. But the real problem about day 46 came from mini bosses. When you get to this stage of the game, at certain parts of the day, mini bosses will appear. Fixers that all have horrible, nasty mechanics to do. I'm skipping ahead. So what here we have was it like the white fixer that comes in. Yeah, white fixer. She's got a chunky amount of HP. And long story short, she starts fucking people up, as these fixers do. And as you can see, she did the laser and killed the clerks. Because, you know, she's basically a mini-boss. A lot of clerks are going to die as causality damage. So yeah, people are dying while I'm trying to take care of the mini-boss. That's an understandable thing to deal with. Hey chat, do you remember who I just mentioned that really doesn't like it when people die? That's right, it was fucking Big Bird. Which meant on day 46, Big Bird was always breaking out in the middle of a mini-boss. And dealing with a fixer mini-boss and Big Bird at the same time is extremely unfun, and it essentially just killed my run. And again, we'll put my stream away for now because we really don't need it anymore, because we can just use the normal footage to show this off. Because when Big Bird escapes, he does a... Oh shit. Yeah, so when Big Bird escapes, he causes darkness to cover the department that he breaks out in. Which is like, whatever, that's mildly inconvenient, you know, he's pretty strong, you know, WoW tier abno, he's pretty powerful. But then, this is where the bitch behaviour begins. Because he can use his lantern to hypnotise one of your employees, seen by... Oh my god, video, can you please not jump all over the place? But yeah, so you can see with the mark over that employee's head, yeah, the circle there. Wait, is that the circle? No. But basically, he'll head towards them and he can hypnotise people to come to him, and then he fucking chomps them. Big damage, basically an insta-kill. And it makes Big Bird really annoying to deal with, because you're trying to watch out for hypnotised people in the darkness. He's breaking out frequently because this. I don't like him. He, as I said, he is the very definition of that fucking bird that I hate. So, the question I'm asking myself right now is how much I really hold a spite against him for being the run killer, essentially. But also, I don't think, I don't know. I don't know if I hate him that much to put him in the loathe and despise tier. I think I just don't like him. But like, I really don't like him, so... I don't know. You know, actually, I'm gonna be a hater and be petty and be like, you know, fuck you, Big Bird, you go in the load and despise tier. That fucking bird that I hate. New thing into collection that we hate, whale bird. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you know, I think I hate Big Bird more than I hate that whale, but yeah, I hate that fucking whale. Because I know exactly which one you're on about, Timeless. That's the horrible thing. That goddamn Limbus boss. Blind obsession ass whale. Speaking of things that are blind, Judgment Bird. That bird that I actually don't really hate. So, Judgment Bird's a bit rough to work with. He deals pale damage when you work with him. And pale damage is... how do I put this? So, in LobCorp there's 4 damage types. Red, white, black, and pale. Red is physical damage, it attacks your health bar. White attacks your sanity. Black attacks both your health and sanity, and Pale, I think Pale just attacks health, if I remember right. But the thing is, Pale is embodied by death, right? It's the aspect that death is coming for you. So, most armor in the game is weak to Pale. Very few are neutral against it, let alone even resistant to it. I think barely anything resists Pale damage. So you pray that you have either a bulky employee or armor that is neutral to Pale damage. With that, it's not too bad working on Judgment Bird. Now, when he escapes, he's a bit of a bitch. Because as you can see, he's got a nasty AoE attack he can do with the scale. Where he does that, and then multiple people just get hung and die. I think the stronger employees can resist that. I think that's only if that move deals the killing blow they get hung. Besides that, he's not the most threatening thing either. And also there's the rewards you get from him. Judgment Bird has a really fucking powerful weapon, Justicia. And his armor is really good as well. I think it's like generally resistant, and I believe it's either neutral or resistant to Pale damage. It's very good. So I would say that I actually do like Judgment Bird. Now, I don't know, I don't want to be like, well, bird bias. I think, you know what, I think he's in the right place there. Also, you know what, I've been thinking about how much I enjoy Don't Touch Me. I think Don't Touch Me goes into the like them list. I don't think he's peak. But he is very funny, and I do enjoy him. So, there is that. Alright, yeah, this is just funny Judgment Bird Massacre. Now that we've talked about the three birds, because I'm pretty sure I remember footage-wise what comes next. So I alluded to the fact earlier with Punishing Bird that there are, you know, funny gimmicks. And the three birds, Punishing Bird, Big Bird, and Judgment Bird, do have a funny gimmick. See, there's a gimmick that if two of the birds manage to escape at the same time, then the third one will automatically escape. This is what I think helps make Punishing Bird a bit more interesting, despite how basic of an abno he is, because the fact that he can escape so easily, so frequently, is very scary if you've got the other two birds in your facility. Especially because, you know, Big Bird can be a bitch to work with, and, you know, Judgment Bird, he's but if a super not trained up employee works with Judgment Bird, something might go wrong and he might break loose. Could happen. Yeah, oh yeah, you know. You're in the know, Timeless, yeah. So, I'm gonna mention I love this, because as a first time player, this caught my interest and scared the shit out of me. Because when you have all three birds and the birds start escaping, first thing you're gonna see this mysterious portal just appear somewhere randomly in your facility. And the three birds are gonna make a beeline towards this portal. And then, as you see, all of a sudden, well, what's this? Hold on, storybook pages? Excuse me, what the fuck? Like, this threw me for a loop. Like, okay, we're just getting some lore drops. You know, Longbird. I don't know why they call him Longbird in the storybook when he's Judgment Bird, but whatever. You know, Longbird weighed the sin of creatures that entered the forest to keep peace. Longbird's scales could measure every sin, and they were fair and just. So it's like, well, okay, Judgment Bird Lord, okay, that's cool. And then, oh yeah, the portal, you can try to destroy it, but it is bulky and resistant to shit, so you're not destroying this portal. Little Bird decided to punish bad creatures with his beak. Okay, on another page. And then you'll see the portal starts to glow. And even if you're a blind player, the alarm bells should definitely be ringing by now that something really, really, really bad is going to happen. And you know, Big Bird with his many eyes watched over the forest to see trespassers. Big Bird's eyes can see very far and see things we can't see. Now, I'm actually not going to rely on this clip. I want to see if I can find a proper clip of when Apocalypse Bird actually appears. Because I haven't talked about this before for anything else in the game. The sound design, the fucking scream slash roar Apocalypse does when it spawns in and appears. I actually shat myself the first time I heard it because I was so not ready for it. Like, dude, it's one hell of a way to make a strong first impact. Actually, wait, hold on, storybook of Apocalypse Bird. Oh, is this someone who's like done the full story? Oh, I mean, actually want okay, maybe, fine. Okay, maybe not time to look up stuff like that. I'm just trying to see, like, I'm gonna assume this probably has the intro cutscene. Hopefully. Okay, so yeah, you know, I'm gonna take this person's video, HotPok3T1182. You know, shout out to them. We're stealing their 7-year-old video to show an Apocalypse Bird example. Oh god, there's a white knight breakout in the middle of that. Well, that fucking sucks, buddy. Yeah. Hold on, we'll go to around here. I'm just gonna let this play for itself because I need you to see this shit for those who have never seen this before. Yeah. I don't even know how loudly that comes across in like the stream, but yeah. And also, look at the size of this absolute, like, this is in like one of the you know, like main base like hub rooms, and he's taking up the whole damn thing with how big he is. What the fuck is, it's bigger than yeah, no, Apocalypse Bird is fucking huge. And like it's such a clusterfuck of a design, but it definitely screams like an abomination. Like, this is like, I think the closest we've gotten to like maybe like eldritch creature. Yeah, this ain't no simple wee bird. It is a menacing as fuck creature and a secret optional boss. Yeah, I'm calling Apocalypse Bird a whole ass boss fight because yeah, there's no way to manage it. Well, no way to like compare it without saying it that. Now as for how you fight it, Apocalypse Bird is so strong you can't actually fight. If you try to fight Apocalypse Bird, you're going to get your shit pushed in. It hits very fucking hard, and it has no health bar. You cannot even attack this thing. Any attack attempt ain't gonna work on it. So what you have to do is you have to find 3 eggs that will spawn in your base based on the 3 birds that have different like damage types and resistances. And you have to destroy them while dealing with Apocalypse Bird. Apocalypse Bird basically takes the mechanics of all 3 birds and basically combines them into one. Yes, that does include the hypnotism of like Big Bird, drawing people in and then just like killing them. because it hits so goddamn hard, and as you can imagine, it has a lot of range. Also, we kind of saw it a little bit earlier with like the big red and yellow circle. Yeah, this fucking thing can teleport. So while you're dealing with the eggs to stop Apocalypse Bird, you also need to actually watch out for him himself. Because he teleports, he'll try and hypnotise people and draw them in. You can see him trying to draw in a wee guy there. And then, you know, as you kill the eggs, you'll get more storybook pages. Like, see, like, hold on, I want to, like, I can't remember if that's fixed into his AI or not, or if that was just a convenient pettiness. But, like, I want you to know, they just destroyed that egg right there, and Apocalypse Bird fucking spawned in and literally swipes him with, like, that large-ass claw. Yes, by the way, those attacks are AoEs and will hit multiple people. Why do you hypothetically ask? It can teleport, even Angel wants to be got. Yeah, Apocalypse Bird is scary as fuck. However, if I don't know, did I like get this in the footage? The one good thing is if you survive Apocalypse Bird and get rid of it by destroying the 3 eggs, you're rewarded with a gift. Every single employee, and I do mean every single employee who took part in the suppression of Apocalypse Bird gets rewarded with a gift called was it Wing of the Apocalypse, which is like a giant ass wing with all the like big bird eyes in it, basically similar to the wing, you know, Apocalypse Bird has. And the Wing of the Apocalypse basically just gives you a giant fucking stat boost to every single stat. So Apocalypse Bird is terrifying and is an absolute nightmare when you have to face it. But it's such a... From the presentation, the build-up, its build-up, the shock of when it actually appears, you know, from seeing the teleporter and the like I said, the build-up, it appears, and then the really tough boss fight with a really good reward at the end. That, not to mention, Twilight, its armour and weapon, are some of the best in the game. In fact, I think there's only one armour set that is better than the Twilight armour. And Twilight Sword, I'm going to tell you right now, I think is like the most powerful weapon in the game. It's a giant ass great sword that just murks everything. So, you know, the rewards are super, super juicy and worth it. Everything is just really cool about Apocalypse Bird. It adds just a unique spiciness to LobCorp that I don't think... Okay. I was going to say that any other abno could offer. There is one other abno that offers a similar experience, but we are going to get to that much, much later in the tier list talk. Shibusawa type of boss, super excited even though he's hard. Spot on, Timeless, that is the exact comparison to make. That is exactly how I feel about Apocalypse Bird. He's frightening as fuck, he's really tough to go against. And I hate him because I need to bring Big Bird into my facility to get to fight Apocalypse Bird. But the reward is so good and the fight itself is like such a fun and chaotic event. So yeah, Apocalypse Bird is definitely in the peak tier for sure. Because it's just too impactful. It's like, I feel it would be a disservice if I put it anything lower. Next up, we were moving on from birds to the magical girls, starting with the King of Greed. King of Greed is fine. It vibes and it's chill here. But the spiciness starts from, you know, when it breaks out. Because when it breaks out, oh, I went too far. Oh, I went back instead of forward. I'll just be gonna let the footage play. I know what you're wishing for first. if you find it, you need to delete Big Bird. Probably, but then it's like, well, without Big Bird, how does, like, Apocalypse Bird work? Like, I mean, I'm kind of scared of the butterfly effect that would create. Like, I feel maybe Big Bird's just a necessary evil we'd have to live with. Also, I'll be real. Again, spoiler, I don't think Big Bird's my least favourite abno in the game. There are worse, but we'll get to them. But yeah, anyway, the King of Greed. When it escapes, it turns into this goddamn monstrosity, and it teleports. But the way King Greed works is it will teleport into a hallway. It's always a hallway, and it will slowly crawl its way through. Now, the way you deal with this is just simple positioning. You attack King of Greed and you're fine, right? It can't turn around, so you can just attack the king from behind. Give King of Greed the back shots. If anyone is unfortunate enough to get in its way, or if you are just dumb enough to send someone in front of King of Greed, that's a death sentence. They're pretty much dead. But yeah, it's a simple enough mechanic. You do get good armor and a nice weapon. In fact, the weapon you get from King of Greed is literally just a giant ass gauntlet that lets you, like, punch things, so it's cool. But it's like, I don't know, it, like, especially for a WoW abno, I feel like it's kinda lacking in interest. Like, I feel even Shadowfrow's like way more interesting, and it's just like a he. I don't know, I think, like, I don't really have beef with King Greed, but like, yeah, it's kinda neat. You know, it exists, but it's got some going on for it. Because to be fair, when there's other stuff going on, King of Greed can be a bit scary, but it's usually the simpler step of a mass outbreak to deal. You know, if a mass outbreak happens, on its own, it's fine. It's not too crazy. Oh no, I still have to defeat King of Greed. Yeah, King of Greed's fighting Runa, I don't think is all that bad, but also I like was overpowered as shit with Star of the City decks. Cause yeah, I passed the DPS check really easily, and then it was like the clashes weren't too bad. I don't even remember what I used for it, but I remember it was like a lot of reindeers and LobCorp decks. Anyway, next up, the Night of Despair. So, you know, I'm a bit of a fan of the design, but, let's not talk about it. Let's actually talk about our mechanics. So, the first thing that Night of Despair will do is when someone works on her, she gives this protection buff, which is like, you know, nice defense buff. I'll be real, I need to actually remind myself fully how this works, because I remember, I think it, like, hampers your ability to, like, whatchamacallit, to, like, do research work, but again, I'm not fully sure if I'm remembering that, it's been a while. So, let me give myself the reminder, let's go over the details. Gives a blessing. Right, so yeah, the person who gets the blessing can only aid in suppressing abnormalities. Thanks to the blessing, red, white, and black damage was halved, but pale damage was doubled. That's fine, pale damage is kinda rare anyway. The Night of Despair's blessing dissipates when the person dies or panics. After the blessing was gone, a new player could receive it. When they panicked, the Night of Despair escapes, right? So you get some fair ups and downs with the blessing, because half damage from most damage sources is really good if you need, like, somebody to be bulky for a suppression. And I mean, I think it's a fair downside. Okay, like, if they die, someone else can get the buff. If they panic, she'll break out. And she's pretty tough when she breaks out because she can attack at range with her swords. And I do remember her being quite bulky herself and packing quite a decent punch. She has a wild tier abno after all. But I will be honest, because she gives a... I don't know, I think I remember her weapon and armor being pretty good. And the blessing alone can be really, really helpful. So I hold on, we'll see how this fight goes. Like, yeah, she can take a decent beating. And hell, like, some of these people have, like, Aleph gear. You know, I recognise that's an Aleph weapon, that's an Aleph weapon, that's a wall weapon. Yeah, that's some good shit, and she took that beating. But, you know, I think the rewards are worth it. I will say... Hold on, let's remember to put the window down. I like her. I don't know where. I think you're better and more interesting than Punishing Bird, but like the comedy value of Don't Touch Me, just too funny. Okay. Now we get to a spicy one, because I know this is a very, very infamous abno we've got here, and I've got some opinions of my own. I'm not even sure when I'm going to place this one in the list. The Queen of Hatred. This is an extremely notorious abnormality, not even just because she's like an obnoxious kind of like notorious difficulty spike in Runa. She's quite the nasty piece of work in LobCorp as well. So obviously you look at her and it's like, oh my god, cute, happy anime girl. But you know, it ain't all sunshine and smiles. I love talking about how it's not all sunshine and smiles, and then you get the fucking zoom out to the train. But we're not here to talk about the train yet. So Queen of Hatred. Yeah, you know, starts off fairly standard as a WoW abno. You work on her and you try and do good work. She'll get upset the counter go down if work is bad. That's fine. That's good. Here's the unique part that sets her apart from every other abno. See, Queen of Hatred wants to be a hero of justice, and she's very, very eager to play the role of hero. And a hero, in her eyes, has to go and defeat villains. If there is no villains for her to fight, then there is no need for a hero, meaning that she'll spiral out of control thinking her life is worthless. This little lore tidbit comes into play in a few ways in the game. First of all, if a second warning goes off, and you know, she will automatically break out of her containment unit, but she will break out and fight one of the abnos that is, you know, causing the problem, and desire she fights on your side. This is good. This is neat. However, that isn't what's led to her notorious reputation. It's the other thing. See, if you go far enough in a day without any deaths, it will put her counter down by 1. And she'll go into her, like, hysteria mode. Which means that, and also, like, if I remember correctly, because being a wild tier, she's got quite a tough check to pass to get a good result. And it's like, yeah, when she's in the hysteria mode, you need to get a really good work result to bring that counter back up. Otherwise, it'll go down and then she crashes out and breaks out in a pissed off mood. Something we don't want to happen. So this means that you deliberately need to let people die to keep Queen of Hatred happy. Now this is fine because you get a gun and you can just shoot down 3 clerics. Because it's 3 deaths you need to happen every like meltdown level that you work through. And you need to remember it because I know there's been a lot of times where I forgot to kill people, and then you know Queen of Hatred just has a crash out and it breaks out and then just kills everyone. And actually, we're gonna see the breakout here. Oh yeah, this is looking like it's gonna be a breakout here. So yeah, if you are unsuccessful in restoring the counter and making Queen of Hatred happy, you know, you get this pretty neat animation. I will admit it's a pretty cool animation. Which will break out and breaks out in her transformed state. Where you have to, you know, again, well, decent health. And then her attack that you got to deal with, the giant fucking laser. Yeah, you can see, like, even these well-equipped units are just getting shredded. Yeah. Also, again, yes, it's another teleporting ammo. Teleporting and full-screen lasers are a very, very, very fun combination. Just kidding, it's not. And yeah, it's because of this, like, stingy work requirement that makes Queen of Hatred tough to deal with. Keep in mind what I was talking about Big Bird earlier. That Big Bird and some other abnormalities break out if there's too many deaths in the facility. There's a few that have that gimmick. No other abnormality shares Queen of Hatred's gimmick of you need to murder people. So this means that if you're unfortunate to have Queen of Hatred and a death-sensitive abnormality in your facility at the same time, it just becomes hell, and you're in for a miserable time. Like, I would probably be tempted to reset a run if I was ever in a situation where, say, I had to deal with Big Bird and Queen of Hatred in my facility at the same time. That's just gore. So I'm not the biggest fan of Queen of Hatred. But also, I think if you can avoid a death-sensitive abnormality, she's not that bad. She's just one you kind of got to keep an eye on. And you know what? It might be controversial. But because of the unique gameplay loop, and the fact you can get some helpfulness from her, it's going to be on the lower end. But I actually like this. I actually don't think she's that bad. Again, I'm going to put the disclaimer, unless you've got a death-sensitive abno, in which case, like, she goes down here. But to be fair, I'm not a fan of most death-sensitive abnormalities. I'm usually avoiding them, so, like... When does the game end, though, if you're always getting abnormalities? The game ends at day 50. The thing with LobCorp is, it's a roguelite game as well as a management game, so you go along and you'll do tasks for the different department heads, the serif that you might recognise from Runa. And when you do tasks for them, you'll get permanent buffs that are active on every single run. And when a run goes really bad and tits up, which it eventually will, you reset the run, start again, and attempt your 50-day run. That's the goal. The goal is quite simple. Just do a 50-day run, clear it, woohoo! You win, but it is easier said than done. Because it gets very brutal in those last few days, especially if you want the trending, because that requires completing bosses along your run. And you've played Runa Timeless, so you'll know when Angela talks about how she was trapped in a time loop for thousands of years and how everybody suffered. Yeah, she wasn't just talking about the characters, she was also talking about LobCorp players. See, because of how the time loop works and the needing to reset your run, the emergent timeless, you get to live in the time loop, and you get to experience the several hundred runs of suffering. But that's like a discussion for another day of, like, LobCorp and it's like emotional pain to go through. Like, yeah, I can relate with the character suffering, but also, like, was it really worth it? I don't know. This is why I kind of have a love-hate relationship with LobCorp nowadays. And the fact that I love the game, but also I hate it because, like other Project Moon games, the difficulty spike is real. I want to nerd out about the whole lore of that universe. It sounds really interesting. Oh, it is. I will say, I think you're in luck, because Limbus and Runa have the main meat and potatoes of the lore. But LobCorp kind of just does its own thing. You'll get the lore of the abnos, because one thing I should mention, every abno in this game, as well as like the information you get to work on it, every abno does have a lore page that's written like an SCP file. So you can read like the in-game lore data entry logs to learn the lore of every single abnormality. And some of them are pretty interesting. Some are actually really good, and definitely worth the read. Kinda random, but I guess for anyone who wants to read like what I would consider to be an actual good abno lore, I would say like Mountain of Smiling Bodies, Nothing There. Those two come to mind with having like pretty nice well written lore. The Three Birds and Apocalypse Bird, their lore's pretty interesting because they have like their own whole backstory. Tend to distract my overthinking with, hell yeah, that's the spirit, you just learn shit instead of overthinking. Who knows, I might just start yapping to you about random LobCorp lore. Also in the LobCorp lore, you'll get to learn the backstory of every single member of the Seraph. So, you know, Malkuth, Yesid, Hod, Nezak, Tifereth, Gabura, Tsed, Bina, and Hokma. They've all got lore. And it's neat, you know, you'll get to learn a little bit about their first life. You literally get to see how their second lives go. And it's kind of neat. Because in LobCorp, the Seraph were all sort of at the lowest point in their lives because they were all suffering in the time loop. And that's something that I really like about Library of Runa, is that we get to see these characters in a happier situation. Blimey, your accent is like, yo, thanks, Flying Chainsaw, welcome in. Yes, it's Scottish, if you want to know. But yeah, they're all basically at the lowest point in their lives. And this is why I like Runa, because they're all in like a better situation, and you can kind of see the character growth when you compare the two games. Chesed looks interesting to me. He's a wise guy who knows something is bad for him, and he still does it daily. Oh, Chesed is among one of my favourite Project Moon characters. He's so interesting for the world of Project Moon, because he's a humanitarian in a world that is filled with suffering, and basically like says, yo, fuck kindness, human sacrifice is where it's at. Cause like, Chesed's a very different character in LobCorp compared to how he is in Runa. In LobCorp, Chesed is a depressed and very bitter, cynical asshole. Okay, he's not fully an ass. He basically says, hey, manager, you have hope. Heh. Nice to have hope. It's gonna get crushed. Mine got crushed. And then in Runa, obviously, he came out of the bad situation, and he's like, you know, he's learning to kind of value humanity and learn things might be alright. Oh, I know, I've been to Glasgow a few times, also visited the Weeping Glen once. Damn, that's so me. Yo, mood though. You know, sometimes I get the Chesed treatment, you know, I get brought down and I'm like, oh my god, I had hope once, now it's gone, now I'm a bitter asshole. But then I'm like, actually everything's fine, you know, I'm chilling now, I'm on my healing arc. Yeah, you know, hold on, the Weeping Glen, that name isn't quite ringing a bell. Obviously, I know Glasgow, because, you know, Glasgow is such a big fucking city in Scotland, like, you can't live in Scotland and not know Glasgow. I've been there once or twice myself. Quite the crazy place. But yeah. Anyway, sorry, I got sidetracked with a lore tangent. When we were supposed to be talking about like abnos. Okay, the little prince. Oh, so yeah, the little prince is gonna be the first abno of a little trend of something I don't like. Which is like spreading infections. Oh, how funny to talk about this when I overcame an internal infection a few weeks ago. So, yeah, actually, Walter, I actually thought he was he for whatever reason. But yeah, so the Little Prince. Work-wise, it's fairly basic-ish, it's whatever. But also I believe it's when you work with it too much or get a bad result. You know, your character succumbs to an infection. It instantly dies and it becomes this creature thing. You can see it spreads this like fucking goop around, and then you gotta like put the boy down. And wow, that's a okay, damn, I made a really sudden cut, but like, yeah, I guess it just dies. I'm usually not a fan of these like infection spreading abnos, and you're gonna see that when I get to the other ones. Little Prince is fairly tame, all things considered, compared to the others I can think of. That's me, my IRL lore. I'm a positive guy. Lead drivers from return. Damn. Yeah, you know what? I am a believer that hardship builds character. I know I've went through my fair share of tough times, but it's like, you know what? If you can go through tough shit and end up as like a good person that just wants to be there for other people, then this is gonna sound cliche, but god damn it, Timeless, you really do deserve your title of being an angel at that point. Cause like, man, like that's the kind of good character building we need to see in people. It's like, yeah, I went through rough shit, I'm just gonna be the better person. No, I'm gonna try my best to be positive and spread it to others. Just like great human decency at its peak. If you can't find the light, become the light for others. I love that. God, peak writing, I love that so much. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment like 100%. Anyway, where the hell is Little Prince's icon here? Because he's like a little goober man and a mushroom. You know, I think you kind of go into the like, yeah, I guess they're kinda neat. Actually, yeah, you do more than just exist, so... You know, you're more interested in Beauty and the Beast, so yeah, you go there. Let's see, next up. Oh, what was this thing's name? Il Pianta de la Luna or something like that. This is a pretty neat abno, because I remember was that the gimmick is like you could perform. Hold on, I'll show it here. You can perform, your character will play the piano, and that's just like an instant successful like research method. You can also do a normal research on her as well, like just fine, that isn't that bad. For a while here, I do remember she wasn't actually that bad to work on, she was quite chill. But the thing is, if you do too much performing, it will cause her to break out, and obviously bad work results can cause her to break out as well. Like, you can see their performance happens and it's like, oh, it's just teleporting away. And honestly, I don't remember her doing anything that crazy or unique when she breaks out. The most unique thing is like classical piano music plays when she breaks out, so like when she breaks out you'll know about it. Which is like, it's a neat gimmick. but like there's not much more to it than that. And I guess I like the kind of like gothic design, like, you know, especially when she breaks out, she kind of gives the Bloodborne vibes, which might be the bias kicking in. But yeah, I would say it's just like an all-round decent, solid, you know, abnormality. You know, yeah, I think that's the right placement for her. Not as good as Judgment Bird, but I think she's better than, like, Child of the Galaxy. Even if he's debatably a bit more useful, I don't know. I just think she's neat. Definitely not giving her bias because of Bloodborne vibes, trust me, chat. Now, oh, I don't know, like, dimensional refractant variant. I kind of forgot this thing existed until I was, like, making this, I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Limited data for social media with Boxy Mobile is great for beating the winter blues.
Yeah, I'm watching baby orangutan vids to learn how to laugh again.
weird ass ads. Right, but, like, he doesn't really do much. His main gimmick is that, you know, once he breaks out, he's another one as well. I forgot. It honestly feels more like a he, but actually maybe I could call him well with how he is. So when he breaks out, he's kind of hard to see because, you know, it's an invisible creature that has no physical form. So you can't automatically target it. You gotta like really point your employees towards it, and also, yeah, it deals a lot of damage just by floating it through people, which means you gotta be really observant to catch the thing. And then, you know, obviously it can just mark up and fuck up people as it floats by. So, you know what, I think honestly where I would put this thing, not a fan. I don't absolutely hate it. I don't hate it that much, but, you know, ideally I'm not going to pick it over a lot of other stuff. It's just, it's basically a they exist kind of abno, but I just don't like it when it escapes, like, and now, so I don't remember it scared being that, in fact I think it's only, oh yeah, because its weapon is an invisible hammer and that's all you get. And that weapon is kinda, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, the weapon's ass, and this is coming from a hammer fan. Also, how the fuck can I enjoy the bonkiness of a hammer if I can't even see the goddamn thing? Okay, that, I guess there's comedy value in that, but like, you get what I'm trying to say, chat. Oh boy, now here's... Technically every abno is okay if it doesn't escape. You know what, that's very fair to say, cause, yeah? Cause, you know what I'm thinking about it, and it's like... Yeah, if you don't count any meltdown threat or whatever, there is really only one abno that literally causes trouble if it's just left to its own devices. Well, funny enough, I'm pretty sure that's an abno that's like last on the list. Cause, oh, I made sure the last abno we talk about is a very climatic one. Don't you worry, chat. Anyway, oh... My library of Ruiner trauma. I can't let my bias kick in. This is LobCorp. Her annoying bitch-ass Runa fight doesn't have anything to do with this game. You know what? You're right, Timeless. I need to take a stretch. Just let my inner demons out before I talk about this bitch-ass abno. Actually, ads, I'm going to fucking kill you. Yeah, no shit, porridge is real food. What the fuck are you on about, Addy? Hey, we're real food. Porridge is real. It's never been fictional, you dumbass. Oh, good. Castlevania Symphony of the Night music, just what I need. I don't know, I guess like the luck was just nice, timeless, but like I did not get lucky. So, Little Red Riding Hooded Mercenary, you know, she's actually quite a cool abnormality in this game. So, first off, she kind of acts similar-ish to their phrase shoots, that she has a request feature. But instead of, you know, shooting a funny gun, we see it in action. Yeah, so you put it over the target you want. You know, you'll get told the energy cost for the bounty of what you're wanting Red to hunt down. And then you'll see the prey mark. In which case, once the request goes, you will let Little Red out. And, you know, there she goes sprinting down. And, yeah, Little Red can combat. Oh, shit. Let's go back. So, Little Red can combat in two ways. Very fast runner, she's got like her like saw blade thing for melee attacks. But also her favourite form of combat is her dual shotguns. Where she'll just start blasting and take out the target. Very good, very cool, we love Little Red for it. You know what, actually, before I finish rating Little Red, we're actually going to talk about the next abno as well, because this is kind of a dual pair. Because if Little Red just on her own like this, I would think very highly of... Well, I mean, I do think very highly of her. But there's a bit more to her. So, let's start jumping the gun and talking about our next abno. The Biggin might be Bad Wolf, or... when you've researched them enough, you'll get its true name. The Big and will be Bad Wolf. So, you see this guy and it's like, oh, look at me, he's just a silly guy, a silly cartoon wolf. Ignore the menacing looking profile picture. Like, what does it know? It's just slander. He's just a silly guy. Now, actually, will we see here? We probably will. Yeah, you know, so, yeah, you get some dialogue. There's like, he's a bit of a hungry boy that likes meat. Okay, who can judge? You know, he likes meat, I like blood, we've got our hobbies. However, Vor, yeah, he just straight up can eat your employee, swallow them whole. But like, guys, look, you know, he might be bad, but look at him, sad. Oh, very, very sad. He's very sorry about it. Thankfully, all is not lost. He didn't just insta-kill your employee for... See, we can send someone else in, and you can rescue the Vor victim, and all is well. You know, he's just a silly little guy, chat. Please forgive him. But then there is when the wolf breaks out, and you can see, yeah, he indeed will be a bad wolf. He's also a very fast fucker, very mobile, and, you know, being a wild tier, lots of health, it hits pretty hard. Now, the spicy shit comes from the fact, like, and also, like, god, I'm smoke shower, right? Boy be moving. Is that Gabura? Nah. Nah, that's just the wolf. I mean, like, yeah, both Little Red and the wolf do appear in... Oh, wait, no, that might be in, like, a... like, employee modded after Gabura, maybe? Wait, is that what you were talking about? Anyway, but yeah, boy goes zooming, and this is where the fun begins and why I'm talking about these two abnos together. Because they have a lot of unique interactions. The music got me confused. Oh, right, okay, I can kind of understand with the guitar riff. No, this is a Waldstein's theme from Under Night 2. But yeah, I can kind of understand why you'd think it was a good boot. Yeah, the guitar riff does kind of remind me a bit of her theme actually, now you mention it. Especially her, like, encounter theme and cutscenes. Funny enough, I do actually have... Well, no, that's in my own playlist that I can't play alongside this. But yeah, so there's a lot of shit that goes on between these two abnos. So, if you have... I think it's like if they're near each other. I might be remembering wrong here. I'm pretty sure, like, if the wolf breaks out, Little Red will automatically break out to go and, like, fight the wolf. Just automatically. And also her counter goes down if she's placed, like, near the wolf, or if the wolf comes near her and, like, howls, it lowers her counter. Meanwhile, Train to Hell. Oh, don't you worry, Hermit, we haven't talked about Train yet, but we're gonna, like, it'll appear soon enough in this footage. And I'll definitely share my thoughts on Train, because I've got opinions. But yeah, these two will absolutely scrap with each other, and, you know, hold on, that's a bad place for it to cut off. And yeah, with the fact, like, with how violent and how fast these two can run, sometimes people get caught in the crossfire and it can be a bit hectic, right? I've seen these two do Looney Tunes goofy chases. But also, one thing to note is, like in the Runa fight, if Little Red doesn't get the killing blow on the wolf and someone else kills it, she'll go on a rampage and just start attacking your employees, so, let her get the kill if you can, ideally. But yeah, they're a very interesting duo, hence why I was, like, rating them together. And honestly... Oh, wait, hold on, I need to lower the window. And honestly, both together... Okay, individually, I do like them both. I think they're interesting alone. God, you know, I've never actually Okay, I'll be real with you. I've never noticed that if you put their, like, images side by side, it's like it's the same, like, black, like, faint starlit background. Oh my god, they share a background with each other because they're facing off against each other. I literally have never noticed that. That's really fucking cool, actually. But yeah, I would say, honestly, like... I think they're, like, a really cool, interesting duo. Granted, it can get a little wacky and hectic dealing with them when they're on their bullshit, but ideally you just keep them very, very separate in the facility, and that usually lowers mass catastrophe. But, you know, it's not the end of the world if they break out. But, oh my god, that's so... Sorry, I'm still in awe of realising that their, like, profile pictures literally connect to each other. Like, that's just so cool to me. Sorry, that was like a random ass fanboy moment. Anyway, now for one of the abnos I spoiled when I was talking about my big bird backstory. Yeah, Alarion, yeah, I don't like Alarion, cause this is... Okay, so Alarion has a gimmick that I don't like. You can see here, it has a counter of 1, meaning 1 bad result can lower the counter. Here's the funny thing about Alarion. The counter will go down if you get a good work result. If you don't want that counter to go down, you gotta hit it just in the middle, which can be really annoying to do. Because it's so easy to get a good or bad work result accidentally and then cause a breakout. So... Okay, there we go. So, when Alarion breaks out, you know, it'll just teleport, and we see here, yeah, people attack it, and they go and show your fucking bullshit. Oh, is it just gonna get marked? Damn, well, I feel bad. Surely got like footage of it doing its bullshit. Basically, like spreads petals, contaminates them with people, and it's just becomes really, really annoying to deal with. Apparently I just wasn't able to grab footage of that. But yeah, Alrion. You know, it's not the most obnoxious or evil like infection spreader. But also, and also it's not the worst thing to, like, kill and take care of. Because for the most part, you can't just ignore it. I think I would put it under not a fan. I don't think I hate it that much. It ain't that bad. Right. Oh god, this is a weird one. Dreams of a Black Swan. I'll be real, there's so much to this one. I don't remember everything, so you're gonna have to forgive me. All I remember is you got the 6 brothers, and they all have like a condition that will lower the counter and quote unquote like sort of like deform the brother, and it's a bunch of like different conditions and stuff that I don't remember. I do remember one of the big sticks is it also comes under being a death sensitive abnormality, which, you know, that being the case, I don't, you know, actually, if over the tier list, I need to actually properly remind myself, you know, to give a fair judgment. Unlike Judgment Board, I don't want to rig the judgments. So let's actually do our proper research, because this might determine. Let's see. All of the following methods reduce their counter by 1. Each condition will only deplete the counter once, so all 5 have to be done individually. Get a normal work result, get a bad work result. 5 employees die, not counting deaths by execution bullets. Okay, that's quite good and fair of you. Each time 5 employees panic and 3 abnormalities, but so like, I mean, I think it's easy enough to avoid getting a bad result on them. That seems like a pretty fair chart. Dying, non-clan death, panics, abno breaches. Like, you know what? That's actually a kind of fair variety of gimmicks. So yeah, you need like a lot of shit to happen, and obviously you get the kind of like warning from the animation when you're fucking up and getting towards it. Now, there is one funny thing about Dream of the Black Swan, and that is the fact, like, when you originally get them and do research, you get told that they're a non-escaping abnormality. You don't need to worry about them escaping, and it's technically the truth. They don't escape, but when their counter hits 0. It summons their sister, the Black Swan. And she can be a little bit tough to deal with. Like, she packs a decent punch, she can, you know, block some attacks with that umbrella. But she's not, like, the absolute toughest or most annoying thing to face, from what I remember. Like, compared to some other WoW tiers. Like, it's... Oh god, we're getting to a funky one next. God, they're kind of hard to rate because I'm not the biggest fan of them, but, like, they're not, like, that bad. Like, you have to fuck up several steps before, like, things get really bad with them, you know? But also, like, I don't know, I don't know, I guess, I don't actually know, do I want to put kinda neat? I don't know, because I'm trying to think, really, like, realistically, if I'm having to choose them in a LobCorp run, I'm probably not choosing them. Cause... But are they really that bad? They're not really as bad as this other stuff I'm not a fan. So I guess you get to be at like the top of the tier list? I don't know, that feels right. But I'll think on it. Because I would put them in the they exist tier list. You know, put them a bit higher up than the like not a fan. But they've got so much going for them mechanic wise. It's like I can't say they just exist because they actually do shit, you know. But anyway, moving on because we've still got plenty to talk to. So yeah, Blue Star. So yeah, being an Alf tier abno, it's got a pretty high stat requirement to work on. Bless you. Oh, that was just a big cough, not a sneeze, but thank you anyway. I'm glad to be blessed by an angel. But yeah, so there's that. And then there's when Blue Star breaks out, you know, as an abno, it's, you know, an Alf tier abno, it's tough as expected. But the real kind of meat and potatoes of it is anybody who panics dies. You panic, you're instantly getting sucked up into the black hole of Blue Star, and your life is forfeit. But I don't know, it's kind of a weird one because you get good weapons from it, so it's nice to have. Oh my god, Queen of Hatred actually was like slowly coming to help. And as long as you meet the start requirement, it's not like the worst thing to deal with. And also like 2, that's quite generous for an Alf abno counter. And I guess like if Blue Star breaches, it's really bad. Like that is practically a day reset. But I think it's like manageable. I don't think it's like the worst thing ever. But I don't think I like it enough to say, oh, yeah, I like them. Which is kind of scuffed. I don't know. I did say like Queen of Hatred was right. Oh, I'm very split about Blue Star, whether I put it in the kind of neat tier, or if I actually say like, yeah, I like it. Because I do like it, but it's like, oh, it's a bit, you know, I don't know, it is a big risk to have. But it can be really good as well. In fact, I think you go here. I think that's the ideal place for Blue Star. Like, I like it. It's definitely not the most likeable abno, but, you know, I vibe with it for the most part. Oh, is it music dying again? Oh god, ads. Surely there's gotta be a better way to do this, like, background music setup, but, we'll figure that out another day, I guess. YouTube Faces, yeah. See, I wanted to use just the media player of, like, songs that I had downloaded. But the problem for this stream is I can't play music on a media player and have a separate media player open to play this at the same time. Gonna scoot off here, have a good one. Yo, thanks for hopping in here, mate. Always good to see you around, dropping in for the visit. So, have a good rest of your day. Hope things go well. Bye. Right. Anyway, oh, Parasite Treat. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this one. It wasn't the absolute worst thing, but honestly, I just think this thing is obnoxious. So, this is a bit of a weird one. You do research on it, and like, bulbs grow. And also, like, its counter can go down if it's overly ignored, so you ideally want to, like, research parasitry but not overly ignore it, which is fine nearer the start of the game, but on late game days where days go on longer, it can get a bit annoying, and it's going to activate its gimmick. Because if it's ignored too much, or you research it too much and it grows 5 bulbs, I believe, its ability will kick in of, yeah, it turns out to be evil and shows its true form. And parasitry lives up to its name. And, you know, a person's gonna get infected, it's gonna panic and spread. And then you can see here that infection spreads really fucking fast. And then the saplings need to be killed and taken care of. It's not fun. Now, technically, it is just, hey, pace out how long you work for it. Just do a work with it without overly ignoring it and get the workday done quick enough, and it's fine. But oh boy, do I fucking hate this abno. In fact, you know what? Big Bird's lonely down there. I'm gonna give him a friend because I really do not like parasite. Is parasitry that bad though? Because like Alarion got away with being like in the not a fan tier. But then again, you two are much worse than these two. You know what, actually, we're gonna do some changes. Yeah, we're putting you three. I fucking hate all three of you. You two can be in the not a fan tier, right? Because not a fan is like, yeah, I don't like them, but the absolute aggression isn't shown there, you know? It's just like they displease me. But yeah, fuck parasitry. Definitely an abno that I will avoid if at all costs. Now, we flip over. Oh my god, we're so back, chat. Yeah, you know, I'm not gonna spoil my full opinions in this abno yet. We'll just talk about this. So, nothing there is a very interesting abno, but its inspiration is very obvious and clear. And also I'm gonna do a little play around with, you know, for the fact of those that may not know nothing there. So you know, it's quite the ugly fucker. And it's got, as you would expect from an Aleph, a tough like stat requirement check, but you know, if the work goes well with it, everything is fine, everything is good. He pretty chill. If the work result goes bad, as we're seeing here, this is where the gimmick starts to come into play. It will, you know, it kills off someone, takes their identity, and that's all good and fine. Now, that's whatever. It impersonates someone and it stays in the container until someone else comes in. And when that happens, which I like, by the way, I like that even though it steals someone's identity, it stays locked in. Meaning that you can just hopefully kind of keep it vied there if something went wrong. But if anyone goes in to Nothing There's containment unit when it's you know, doing skinwalker shit, impersonating an employee, you get this unique mechanic. You know, disposal mode. So this is unique only to Nothing There. You get 10 seconds to find Nothing There, and it's, you know, disguised, you know, form of whatever employee it stole in a forced zoom out mode to try and shoot it. If you land the shot and nothing there in this state, you'll have suppressed it and it'll go back to its chamber, but this rarely happens. Most of the time, you'll fail this 10-second game of Where's Waldo, and it will escape and you'll have to fight an attack, and it is a pretty durable fuck. And you'll try to have to attack and fight it. If it lives long enough, it'll go into phase 2, where it's just a cocoon. It won't attack, but it will be bulky as fuck, and you'll get like a heavy heartbeat sound effect, basically warning you. Kinda, you know, a similar-ish build-up with Apocalypse Bird, that bad things are coming. And when it's in phase 2 for long enough, it will transform into its final form. I should mention, if nothing there escapes from its containment without impersonating anyone, it instantly goes into its third form, which is very, very fucking powerful. Because it has a lot of health and it hits really fucking hard. The big thing with nothing there is that, you know, in nice Skinwalker style, it has a lot of, like, failed attempt at, like, mimicking human speech. In its first form, it just makes heavy breathing noises. But in its final form, it actually talks. And you can use its voice lines to determine its attack. Yo, thank you for the head pat, Hikari. And also welcome in. Today we're doing a big yap about LobCorp and a tier list and all the creatures of this wonderful SCP game. But how you doing, Hikari? I hope things have been fine with you. It's been a hot minute since I've managed to see you and have a wee chat. But yeah, so nothing there. Kinda does like typical Skinwalker shit. If it's just walking around looking for someone, you'll hear it like mimic like people screaming, shouting help, help. You know, also in lore, I'm guessing this is it trying to lure in victims. If it sees someone, it'll do a few attacks. It can just swing its like club arm, that's an attack. It can say hello, which is a line ranged attack. And then there's the big one, which I don't know if we'll get to see it in this footage here. Yeah, that's just its like normal attack. Yeah, so sometimes when you fight nothing there, you'll hear it say goodbye. When nothing there says goodbye, it fucking means it. Because it will pull out a blade arm and deal a huge chunk of damage to whatever is in its way. And this isn't even just like for killing your employees. Nothing there is very, very good when it comes to fighting other abnos. Because I know myself and a lot of other people where if multiple abnormalities escape from their containment, we kind of like to use nothing there as like our cleanup, because there's not a lot of things that can beat it in a fight just because of its goodbye attack. Alicia, hi. But yeah, it's really powerful and really scary. But here's the thing with, because the Skinwalker thing is a bit on the cliche side, but the way they carry it and add it into gameplay mechanics, as well as just how funny it can be when nothing there escapes, because, you know, it can fuck up other things. Also, I should mention, nothing there is not a fast runner. It's not that hard to outrun him. So if you don't mind getting hit with his hello attack, it's not all that bad, actually. Oh no, there's nothing there meme guy. Yeah, I know, there's the fucking meme. It's like, what's that one meme where he's behind Roland? It's like, Roland realised that nothing there was actually there, and then got his fucking leg chewed off. Oh, there's the icon of the do not open. But yeah, just because of how spicy it is, like, mechanic-wise, I think... do I like you more than the funny sniper? I don't think so. Yeah, I think Nothing There is a peak abno. Because I should also mention that Nothing There's armor and weapon is really, really fucking good. Because it's literally just its skin and eyeballs and you can see it's still alive. In fact, one thing I'll mention in LobCorp, in LobCorp, when you're swinging the sword around, you will sometimes hear the sword talk, which implies that even after it was turned into a weapon and armor, the implication is that Nothing There is still alive. Also, Timeless, I know you'll like this since you're a Runa fan, you might have looked at Nothing There and thought it looked vaguely familiar. And that would be because... hold on, is there a good image? Nothing There's weapon, the Mimicry Blade, is the same weapon that Gebura uses in a Red Mist form in Runa. So yeah, the implication is that Gebura managed to beat Nothing There and uses it as her main weapon of choice. At least when she was the Red Mist. So yeah, that just kind of gives Nothing There like extra coolness points. I knew I saw something similar. Yeah, that's her weapon. And Mimicry is among one of the best weapons in LobCorp. It hits really fucking hard, has a fast attack speed, and has a self-heal. It's literally only rivaled by Apocalypse Bird's Greatsword and another weapon. But again, we'll talk to that later. Or talk about that later, I should say. Anyway, on from one SCP cliche based abno to another censored. So, okay, I'm gonna talk about this. They laid on the reference a bit thick here, because censored is, in lore, this is an abnormality so horrific, so mentally damaging just to look at, that its true name and everything about it visually had to be censored, because keep in mind, in the game you're the manager looking at everything through a display screen, so you know, they use that as the gimmick of why, you know, censored is censored up for you. And they put this into gameplay because censored has a nasty ability to it, where anyone who sees censored takes a giant hit to their sanity. You pretty much want max sanity stat if you're gonna go in and research censored. The humble great horizontal swipe in my pocket, yo, he knows. But yeah, back to censored. So yeah, it's very tough to work with because you need that like maximum sanity requirement basically. But similarly to Nothing There, censored's a good boy in that he kind of just chills when left on his own and he'll only escape from like a bad work research. Now the problem is, when censored escapes, I essentially consider that an instant reset, because remember what I said, that censored attacks your sanity when just by seeing it. Yeah, as you can see here, it stepped out when a bunch of people went to attack it and they're all like thinking it's hopeless, they're all suffering a mental breakdown. Yeah. And if somebody doesn't have max sanity, they're gonna have a mental breakdown instantly just seeing censored. So it's hard to get people to fight this thing just because it's mentally damaging, because sanity will go down as the fight goes on. I'm actually surprised that group killed it so fast. I've never had that luck. And I don't know if I got footage of it here. But censored also has an attack where it can grab and insta-kill someone. And from the corpse, a baby censored will appear, which isn't as mentally damaging, but it can deal mental sanity damage, and censored and the baby censored, basically, it's bad. There's a reason I just don't want to fight it if it ever breaks out. But it has a powerful weapon attached to it, and also, like I said, it's pretty chill when it does break it. Also, one thing you can do, if I've got the footage for it, if the counter goes oh, is this? Yeah. Oh, there you go, there's... I guess just killing someone can cause it to make a baby censored. But yeah, one thing you can do is, since you can't do repression work on censored, you get what's called the sacrifice option, where you'll spin a roulette wheel of all your employees and also the clerks, and someone gets chosen, and whoever gets chosen sacrifices themselves to censored. Thankfully in this footage clip, it was just a clerk, and yeah, they get instantly killed, and if that timer was down, or counter was down, sorry, it would have went back up. So yeah, if you're willing to gamble, you can actually easily keep censored in check. It's just a little bit of gambling. So it's not what I would call like my most liked abnormality, but I think it definitely deserves to be put in the light tier list. I think it's spicy and interesting enough. You know, I think you go above MHZ, but below Queen of Hatred. I think that's the... Actually... No, Censored's actually more chill than the Queen, so, like, you go there. Right, I think we're coming up to boring territory, so we're gonna, like, blitz through these next few ones. Item abnormalities, these are just items that either do a thing or can be equipped. So let's blitz through this. Luminous bracelet, you can see its info here. You can have a person equip it, it will recover the person's HP. But if you try to return it without healing any health, or if you haven't taken any damage for a certain amount of time after wearing the bracelet, then you die. Basically, use it when you're expecting someone to be in a fight and need healing. Otherwise, it's just a bit risky to take. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I think next up, the Heart of Aspiration, very basic one as well. You equip this on somebody, they get a HP and attack speed boost. If you return the heart without attack, it says violent tendencies. Basically, if you don't attack anything and try to return the heart, you'll go into a rage and just start like attacking people randomly. And the same thing will happen if you try to return it within 30 seconds of picking up the heart. So, bracelet, heart, both very, very basic items. Do we have any other items like next to this? I probably should have put all the basic items together. No, we'll go back to abno time. But yeah, so... How do I put this? Right, so the bracelet... Where are we? Okay, I see the heart. You know, the heart is essentially just a free stat boost. So, like... It's uninteresting, but... Like... Yeah. Free HP and attack speed boost, why would you not take it? Bracelet, it's... Whatever. Yeah, you go down there, bracelet, you just exist. Like, it exists, that's it. Army in black is an interesting one, because you'll see here at first, it is identified as a Zion tier, which is the least threatening tier of abnormality. He's a good boy, he's very wholesome, very simple, easy guy to deal with. This is the game lying to you, it's actually an Aleph in disguise. But at first he's pretty chill, pretty calm, and he can give a protection buff, you know, he'll, you know, protect a chosen person. It's neat, it's good. it will cost your counter, and obviously a bad work result can put the counter down. Do you know what else puts Army in Black's counter down? People in the facility dying. He's another death-sensitive abnormality, meaning that he can break out easily quite frequently. And when he does break out, that is when the pain begins. Also, you can see right here, yeah, that's a lot of energy boxes you get for just a so-called Zion. You know what, hold on, I think we can start putting the player back speed up a bit. So yeah, when Army in Black escapes, it will divide into 4, and each of the 4 bit will appear in a hallway and make their way towards a kind of main station of one of the departments where they plan to explode that will deal big damage and big sanity damage to everything around if they're not killed in time. Which makes it not the worst thing to deal with, because you can just get people to move out its road. But it can be very hectic in situations. But I don't know. I'll be honest, considering you can work around Army in Black, I don't know, did I put not a fan? Because, like, he's easier to work around than the others, but can be kind of annoying. I don't know, but I don't know if he's likeable enough to be in the kind of neat tier. I mean, it is more annoying to deal with him than anything. So I guess you're like the most likeable of the not a fan tier list. Anyway, now we get to an abno I know a lot of people have been waiting for me to get to, because a lot of people want to know, where does Unleashed's opinion lie on Express Train to Hell? Okay. Let's talk about Express Train to Hell, shall we? This is surprisingly counted as an item abnormality. Shima? Oh no, I know a few people have mentioned Train already, and as soon as I just assumed. Also because I know a lot of people have split opinions on Train, because a lot of people hate Express Train to Hell, but also a lot of... there are some psychopaths that love it. So where's my opinion? Well, how it works, so every 30 seconds that okay, we kind of jumped the gun there, goddamn. So every 30 seconds that pass, a light will flash on this little counter, and when someone goes in, depending on how many lights are lit up, the effect changes, but it's always a good thing. You can see here, if one light's lit up, you get a slight HP and SP increase. 2 tickets, bigger health and sanity heal. 3 lights, all employees in the department get a HP and SP heal, but that's really good. And 4, everyone in the facility gets a heal. But as you can probably see at the bottom there, if all 4 lights light up and 30 seconds pass, a portal randomly appears, causing a train to charge through, dealing huge damage. And this is the problem with Express Train to Hell, is that you're going to be busy managing so many different things. The most common thing that you get from people is they'll have this in their facility, and then they'll have that sudden moment of, oh fuck, the train. And then it's a race to try and, like, stop the train from appearing while getting a sweet, sweet heal. Now here's my opinion. I'm not the biggest fan of the train myself. I would generally never pick it. But here's the thing. I was thinking about it, right? And I can't deny this train has had a strong impact on the game with how people react to it. It's horrible, it's a very scary thing, but it can be good if used correctly and you pay attention to it. Also, from the viewer side of the thing and reacting to other people who play the game, I can't deny it's very funny to see people panic over the train. Even I can look back and laugh at my own oh fuck the train moments. So I'm making a very controversial opinion. But while I would never pick it myself, I actually kinda like the train, and I would say... I don't want to put you too high on the like tier list. You know what? Because you're evil, you are going to be at the bottom of the like tier list, but I do actually like you Express Train to Hell. Despite how evil and nefarious you can be. Okay, Giant Tree Sap, this is another boring one. You drink it, it heals you. And sometimes there's just a random chance that if you drink it, you'll explode. Like, we'll just go back and watch the footage. Yeah, that person was unlucky, exploded. Sometimes you just heal it, nothing bad. Isn't it? Wait, is it a heal or an attack boost? I need to remind myself. Yeah, HP over time recovery, right. And we're just gonna go into the next one because it's another boring item. Old Belief and Promise. You go up to, you put your weapon in, 50-50 chance your weapon either gets boosted or your weapon gets destroyed. Honestly, I don't think the risk is worth it. I think it's just not worth it at all. So let's go back to the tier list. Teresa. Oh my god, there's still a good few to go through. Teresa, you exist. You know what? You're funnier than the bracelet, though. I'll give you that. Okay, there's a sneeze for you there. Oh god. And I'll be honest, I would say that Old Belief and Promise just exists. But honestly, I think the reward just isn't worth it. And it's more detrimental than good. I'm actually going to put it in not a fan. I'm letting my hater energy out. Bless it, yeah, the real blessed, thanks Timeless. Right, Shelter from the 27th of March. I wondered what abno we were on. Oh, I see you. Oh my god, hey, oh, what funny time. You just missed my, like, funny talk on the train. Oh, how interesting. Okay, what do I think of the Shelter? So, Shelter from the 27th of March is quite simple. It's a room that you put an employee in, and they will be completely immune to all forms of damage. The problem is, once they're in there for a few seconds, the counter of every single other containment unit in the facility will start going down. As you can see, let's go back a bit. You can see a person is in the chamber, and you're gonna see how much shit gets set off, how much things escape and cause death. It's a weird one, cause it can be really useful to get one person out of a bad situation, and you can kinda do some cheese with it, I'm not gonna lie. But also, like, the consequence is quite bad and can be quite brutal. So I think... I don't know. Well, I think where exactly I would put the chamber... Yo, how you doing, Shima, by the way? How has your Sunday treating you? Been lurking ever since the beginning? Oh, I see you're seeing all my... funny, interesting opinions then. Yeah, you know what I said about the training, I take nothing back. I'm evil like that. Oh, where the fuck is 27th of March? Why am I not recognizing your icon? Oh, right, I'm blind there. You know...
Social media with Foxy Mobile is great for beating the winter.
I mean, it's kinda neat. Stupid ads, I will hurt you. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, lads. I want to listen to fucking Skullgirls music. Sunday's been a mix of busy and chill. Second part's mostly been chilling. We're hanging out in the yeah, so there was like a big group earlier with a big night rain party. But I wasn't able to join because I think that was like round about when I was like heading for dinner or getting ready for it. But I hope y'all are having fun. I hope it's been a good time. Because I saw a lot of night rain going on there, which, you know, fair enough, especially with the DLC hype is still fresh and high, and I know you and Noor have been locking in, trying to like get better and improve your plays. DLC, I think yours are doing good. Like, okay, there's deaths here and there, but like you'll get it. I know y'all are gonna improve. I think you're getting it already, but you know, one step at a time. Right, who the fuck was I talking about? I started thinking about... Oh, right, no, it's for crazy researcher, you're kind of boring. I was thinking about joining, but too much people for me there. Yeah, it was a big group, like, even I was a bit like, oh, 6 people? Like, don't wanna, like, get involved in that? And I'm like, nah. So I don't even remember what the notes do. You get a temperance boost. You die if you return it too soon. You gotta do manager work or else you explode. If you receive a certain amount of HP or SP damage, then you explode. And the explosion can hurt people. I mean, that's just kinda... Yeah, you just kinda exist. Whatever, you know, I'll just randomly put you above the bracelet, but you're practically the same. Yeah, just not very interesting. Behaviour adjustment, regarding just increase greatly. All stats regarding prudence will drop at the same time if you're in a panic. Oh no, you'll be in a panic if you return it too soon. If your SP reaches 0, then you die. I mean, the fact that it increases justice is pretty good. That's a good buff if you're lacking in that, but just like train up your justice, dude. No, you know what, behavioral fucking tweaker, whatever your name is, you're not better than a naked woman, but like you do just exist. Hanging out with the boys. Yee, nice, nice. Backwards clock. Okay, so I'll be real. I know this can be a bit of a run saver. The fact that it can turn back time. And you wind it up. And it's like, that's nice, but I've never really found it that useful. It's never like brought me a clutch compared to what I've heard some people say. And then you've got Flesh Idol, which is basically like, you can pray to it, you can get like a nice wee, what is it, like a, like, department HP SP heal? But then you pray too long, people can die, stuff can break out. It's 2 more boring ones, if I'm being honest. So Flesh Idol, you're like, honestly, like, yeah, Flesh Idol, you just, I don't know, kinda exist. And then, fuck, I found the thing so boring, I forgot what we were talking about. What were we talking about before Flesh Idol? Oh, right, backwards clock. I'm not gonna hit on backwards clock that much, actually. You know what, backwards clock will be somewhat nice, because I do understand your use. So I'll say you're kinda neat. Yeah, I think that's a fair place for you. I think Scorch Girls are more interesting, but you're more impactful than the Shelter. Or are you? Because the shelter can be funny. Nah, you know, I'll put backwards clock above. I'll be nice. A little bit nice, just a little bit. Nice to have some like boring shit that I can just split my way through, because I've been yapping for how. God fucking damn it! Have I actually been yapping about these abnos for 3 hours? God, and I was worried I wouldn't be able to like make a full stream out of this. No, I can. I definitely can. Right, Fragment of a Universe. This isn't. I don't know. Funky design, but it's a fairly basic abno. Like, yeah, it's got some AoE, do a little bit of sanity, but like it goes down pretty quickly. Oh, actually, you know what? Back to back, old lady. This is kind of fitting. Very tame early game abno. If the work result goes bad, she starts vaping. And if someone goes into Grandma when she's vaping, you get the very, very non-punishing punishment of Grandma's vape gets stuck to you. Yeah, they're both pretty tame. Honestly, wait, hold on. I'll let the old lady footage play out, and then I'll make my judgment call on these two. So, old lady and Fragment of a Universe, I think you two are so tame that you, like, just kind of exist. I think you're better. Okay, you're definitely more impactful than the items. I think Grandma goes there, Fragment goes there. And you know what? I was actually thinking about it. With how her gimmick works, I think Letitia really doesn't deserve to be in the they exist tier. You know what? I think, whereabouts will I put Letitia? Like here? You know, yeah, Letitia's kinda neat. Maybe not super impactful, but she out. Grave of Cherry Blow. Oh god, yeah. So this is basically like Diet Big Bird. Mainly just because they share a hypnosis gimmick. You know, the tree, it blooms and it'll hypnotise people. I actually forgot it can hypnotise multiple people at once, so that's kind of a bitch move. And then if a hypnotised person goes into the containment unit, it dies. Yeah, it's not the worst because it's easy to snap people out of it, and you can stop it from getting to its bitchiness. But I will say that I'm not a fan. You know, we'll put you above dimensional interference thing. Void Dream, this is another basic-ish one. It's simple to work with. Anyone with super low stats will get put to sleep, and then if it breaks out, it can put people to sleep, but you can click to wake them up. It is a unique gimmick of sorts, but I don't think it's unique enough. So I think it's the exist tier for you. Oh god, is this just like even more footage of it being killed? Right. Okay, Snow Queen, something a little bit interesting. So, Snow Queen, from what I remember, was quite good for what? Instinct training. On top of that, she does have an interesting gimmick. That if someone does fail to work well, she'll freeze them solid and keep them as a prisoner. In which case, somebody will have to go in and duel the queen to free. And this is interesting because it's a check based solely on your instinct stat, determining whether, you know, you'll free the person or not. It's not the craziest unique mechanic because it doesn't always come into play, but you know what? I think, you know, I'll actually put Snow Queen at the top of the kinda neat tier. Next up is Rudolta. Which, funny, like, weird mutant Christmas abomination thing. Rudolta really doesn't do anything. It travels slow, it barely attacks, barely a threat, not that hard to work with even. Honestly, Rudolta, it literally just belongs in the just exist tier. The kindest thing I can say is like you're more interested in a naked woman, I guess, Rudolta. Anyway, next up is the little Reddit robot who could. I mean, this is fine, it can be a little nippy to work with. Good instinct trainer, I do remember that, it was actually quite hyped for that. And then, when it escapes, it can be quite funny. Because, you see here, he has a little charge up, and then he zoom. And you know, it's not even the most damaging thing either, because that's just like red resistant, heatier abno, so it's not the most punishing thing. You know, he kind of just a silly little guy. You know, he's neat. I think all-round helper. I know I just called him neat, but I actually would say I like him. I think. You know, yeah, I'll put him like just above Blue Star. I think that's fair. Okay. Then just gonna go to sleep cycles again. Maybe see you in 3 hours, so everyone's have a nice rest of the stream. Yo, thanks for coming and hanging out so long. Timeless, I know this has been a lot of me just yapping. And thank you for hanging out, keeping company, and leaving with the hydrate stretch. I hope you're able to rest well, get some good sleep. And I will see you later. Bye bye. Right. Okay, Funeral of the Dead Butterflies. This is gonna be tough, chat. I'm gonna have a really hard time not being biased. Because I love the drip and the aesthetic, and also it drops like one of my favourite weapons that also became like a great card in Runa and a great ID in Limbus. But let me try not be biased. So, Funeral of the Dead Butterflies, you know, he's an alright abno to work with, and honestly, he's not super strong, he kinda fits his heat tier rating. You know, I like the kind of like, you know, funeral aesthetic they got for him, the kind of like morbid, grieving thematic themes. When he fights, you know, he can do this big wide butterfly attack, but he's quite frail. I do find like he can get marked pretty easily, so it's not that bad if he escapes, because he can be a bit of a finicky bitch. The big thing that I do have to talk about Funeral though is his weapon. He has a heat tier abno that drops his weapon dual guns. They are WoW tier. And honestly, they're WoW tier, but like, these are basically endgame weapons. They keep up with Aleph weapons with how fast these things fire out. Also, the damage type is a lie. One of the guns deal white damage, but the other deals black damage, which is very, very fucking good. With the dual damage, like, it's a really, really good reward. Now, it'll be nice. Right, if I let Bias take the wheel, I would absolutely be throwing him up in peak. But I don't know if he earns being that high on the like list, but like, he's a real, you know, I'm gonna put Heart down, but I think I maybe over glazed Heart a bit. Yeah, you can go there actually. But yeah, I really, really like Funeral of the Dead Butterflies. It's a really neat abno, and Soul Lament was like the greatest gift it could have ever bestowed upon the Project Moon community. Scarecrow's searching for wisdom. This is like another basic-ish one. He's a weird one, because he escapes really easily. Because I remember he would escape a lot even on like a good work result. Unlike the likes of Aurion though, he is fragile as fucking literally gets murked within seconds. But you know, he can kill someone and, you know, get a heal off it, but if you have decent if you have decent gear, he can get murked quite fast. So I don't think he's that threatening. And his gear's alright. Like, I don't know. I think for how frequently he can escape, it's okay. How easily he can be murked. Like, he's kinda neat. I think I'd put him there. A Happy Teddy Bear's another simple one. You know, it's fairly chill to work with, it's fine. Its main gimmick is if the same person works with it twice in a row, it will just, you know, hug them to death, suffocate them and kill them. So I think, I don't know, it is fine, it's a decent enough gimmick within, you know, you have to pay attention to it, so it's like, it's nice. I would say you can go in like the kinda neat tier, sorry. Singing Machine, Singing Machine, I've got history with this one. So Singing Machine has like very weird stat requirements of like, you can't have, was it? I think it's like, you can't have too low justice but not too high fortitude, or else you'll trigger its mechanic to turn on. If Singing Machine is turned on, it plays music that will hypnotise clerks to beat other clerks or employees to death, drag them into the machine and keep the music playing. And Singing Machine is something that can cycle out of control really fucking fast. Like, yeah, for the most part it's just chilling just there, but if a bad work result goes off, or if you just don't have the right kind of person to deal with it that doesn't meet its requirements, it snowballs. It snowballs bad. So I don't know, I don't completely hate it because it is able to stay pretty chill. So, you know, I'll put it there in the not a fan tier. Right, I'm at. Okay. Right. Okay, back to where we were. Oh yeah, so yeah, Singing Machine fucking sucks, I don't like it. Not the most table thing. Snow White's Apple. I don't even remember how strict she is with her requirements. I know it wasn't the absolute strictest thing, but she could escape quite frequently. Hold on, let me... Okay, you know what? Let me remind myself of Snow White's Apple. Well, like, what were her conditions? What were... Oh, right, she has a chance to... Oh, yeah, normal results makes her escape. Bad result. Okay. Okay, now I'm remembering why you escaped quite frequently. Let me see. So yeah, she can escape quite frequently, and then I think we'll see here. When she gets out, she'll teleport around, and she spreads these vines that can be quite damaging. They slow down anyone who tries to approach it. They're annoying to deal with. Honestly, she's not the absolute worst thing, but I do remember every time she escaped, which was quite frequent. It just felt really obnoxious and annoying to deal with her. She was one I was never a fan of. So you know what, I'm gonna be harsher on you. I'm putting a like... I don't quite loathe you like these three, but definitely down low and they're not a fan tier. And yeah, you can see there, she's not like the most obnoxious thing to kill. Okay, now, Crumbling Armor, early game, low rank abno, that's quite, Jesus Christ, what? Oh dear. I was wondering like why I was getting a bombardment no notifications. Oh dear, what is it? Oh, someone might be having some technical difficulties, I won't worry. Anyway, that's not for me to pester about. I'll just cross my fingers that homie has an alright time. Also, hold on. Oh wait, is that a V-Fright notification? Or I feel obligated to look at it? Ah, okay. I can get back to that later, that's fine. Sorry, where was I? Got this. Anyway, so now we have a Teth abno that's really interesting and really good in my eyes. Crumbling Armor. So, hold on. I need to remind myself exactly how the curse works, because I know it was a certain condition that when you worked with Crumbling Armor you could activate a curse, and this was the fun thing. Yeah, when you do repression work with Crumbling Armor, which is like the best way to get research with it, you basically get cursed by it. And the curse does a few things, you can see there. You lose max HP, but your movement speed and attack speed fills. And you can stack it and get a slight, lose slightly more max HP, but your attack and movement speed boost increase. Basically, you're basically getting a glass cannon of sorts, depending on how much you lower that max HP by. And essentially, if you just want somebody who's like combat focused, or maybe one or two combat focused people in your facility, this isn't actually a bad thing to have. The one major downside though is you can't do attachment work, because if you do any attachment work under any level of the curse, it's an instant death. And also, the other thing I'm going to say is, like, its armor is okay and quite neat, but its weapon deals peel damage, which is very rare, especially coming from a Teth abno. Early game, and I would even say mid game, Life of a Daredevil is a really good weapon to have. It does fall off later in the game, but it's really good. That with the fun mechanic that Crumbling Armor brings to the table, I gotta like rate it pretty highly, I feel. Oh fuck, where is it? I don't even have many left to go, so you'd think I'd be able to see its mark. No. Wait, huh? Let's just forget what it looked like, ain't no way. Yeah, like the samurai armor. Ain't no way they don't have Crumbling Armor in the list. Murderer, Bloodbath, Fairy, Firebird. Don't know what the fuck that is. Don't recognise that one. Monk, Meat Lantern, Melting Love, Mirror, Bitch Ass Bait, Honeybee. Shit. Oh god, there is an error. Wait, hold on. Oh wait, so we're download that. Okay. You know, we're gonna take Price of Silence and no, actually no, we won't. I might just complete. I'll have to edit this in after, but like, just pretend I put Crumbling Armor somewhere on the I like them tier list. Bloodbath. Okay, Bloodbath has some very deep attached lore to LobCorp, you know, with Carmen's suicide. That lore aside, it's just kind of another one that kind of just exists. It's basic, it can potentially drag people in. It has cool lore, but I don't think that like story relevance is enough to carry it. You know, actually I'm gonna be mean and say like, no wait, no, actually I can't do that. I can't just, yeah, once in ain't that cool if it's one gimmick. Yeah, you know, actually I'm happy with it where it is. Queen Bee, this is like, this is another one I'm not sure what to think of. Because it can be annoying, but it's not the most annoying. Because, like, yeah, it can be a bit rough to work with because it's a WoW. And its main big gimmick here is, like, it spreads the spores. And, you know, the people with spores can eventually become, worker bees. Hold on. Let me check the requirements for that, because I want to make sure I'm remembering this right. Oh, you're another one where the counter lures. You admit red spores throughout the department. The spores attached to employees for a certain amount of time inflict red damage over that period. In addition, employees infested with spores were slowed and couldn't be healed by regenerator bullets. When the HP of an employee infested with spores had depleted, a giant drone burst out of the body and it... Ah, right, so that's how it works. Oh. Yeah, and your counter is... Isn't it like 1? Yeah. So your gimmick activates quite often. But then again, the fact that you're just having to isolate people and keep them healthy... Because I remember it wasn't the worst thing ever to like try and avoid. So like, I don't know, like, I guess it's an interesting gimmick. Like, yeah, it'll activate often, but you do get some leeway with it. Kind of like Little Prince actually, so I think I'll put you here. Oh, the red shoes. Oh, the fucking red shoes. So the red shoes are an abnormality that initially are just simple to work on. There's just a pair of shoes. But once they're worked on once throughout the day, you know, you can have the chance of like that counter lower and it's very easy for it to sort of bullshit off putting an employee under its spell, hypnotising an employee. And when that happens, the employee comes in, puts the shoes on, and starts murdering people, and you have to kill the employee. They're already basically dead by the time they put on the shoes, but similar to Singing Machine, this is another one that can spiral out of control. But Red Shoes, I feel, is less chill than Singing Machine, and also it's just way, way more obnoxious. Like, it's just as bad, if not worse, but I feel it triggers so much easier. And I absolutely despise the Red Shoes. It's actually my least favourite abno, easily. So yeah, fucking hate the Red Shoes. there is no debate or thinking or argument. I knew exactly where it was going in the tier list. Next up is another one that I'm not particularly a fan of, and another one we'll do in a duo, Yin and Yang. So Yin, I don't know, Yin's okay. It's just a bit of a stingy, wow abno, very, very tough and annoying to deal with if it breaks out. Yin is a pain in the ass to fight when it breaks out. But then you've got Yang. See, if you have Yin, on the next day you'll be forced to pick Yang as the next thing that you pick up. And I don't remember what Yang does, but I think I like put its info page in the video footage for convenience. Yeah, so Yang, let's see, what is it? Yeah, you equip it, you gain white damage, mental health up. It's whatever, right? This is something I would put into the just exists tier. But here's the problem. If Yin breaks out while you've got Yang in your facility, Yang will transform into a fish and start roaming around breaking out as well. And Yang just kind of wanders around while Yin makes a beeline for Yang. Also, if somebody had equipped Yang, they're pretty much instantly dead. And when the two join, yeah, remember the train? Yeah, think of the train but worse, because we'll see it in a sec. Oh, we just don't show that. I thought I had the clip of that, but wait, I need to put the speed down. Wait, that's too much down. Yeah, basically a giant black and white Chinese dragon swoops down and does a fuck ton of damage, and you just basically need to deal with that. You can't attack it, you can't stop it, it's just there fucking up your facility now. And that gimmick is going to happen since you're forced to pick Yang after the day you pick Yin. And because of that gimmick, I do got to admit, I don't know, would I loathe it? Yeah. Like, they are... Yeah, because Yin can break out quite easily, so it's like... Yeah, I got a... I think there is a fine place to put them. But, as long as they're not, like, right next to each other, there is some wiggle room for hope, so there is that, I suppose. Now, the Burrow in Heaven, this is what I was alluding to when I was talking about Schadenfreude earlier. Because the Burrow in Heaven works the opposite of Schadenfreude. Instead of looking away, when you research Burrow in Heaven, you need to look at it to have a good work result. The problem is, Burrow in Heaven's a lot more punishing than Schadenfreude, because if you're not looking at it while it's being researched, it breaks out fast, instantly kills whoever was working on it, and its thorns spread really fucking fast. Now, to show this, I'm actually going to put the speed back to normal. Oh, it is normal, right, that's good. Like, okay, the research begins, a little bit of bad, a little bit good now you're looking at it. Yeah, God forbid you get distracted by anything while you're working on the Burrow in Heaven, because, yeah, you can see there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, at least like 7, 8 deaths in the span of a few seconds. It's rough, it's a punishing thing. So I would say... I mean, it's not the worst thing to deal with, because, you know, you just have to look at it when it's being researched, just kind of be aware of it. But, like, especially in more hectic endgame days, it's so easy to slip up and forget about it. I would say I'd put it... probably, like, here, to be honest. Not a fan. Speaking of things I'm not a fan of, Nameless Fetus. So, Nameless Fetus is mostly chill, but if it's left not happy, right, if something that triggers its counter, or if it is, you know, left unhappy, it will start crying. And when it cries, its crown attacks the sanity of people nearby the unit. Also, it will lower the counter of any neighbouring abnormalities, which can lead to horrible, horrible fucking chain reactions. Also, you need to listen to a baby crying, which is obnoxious. And the only way to stop it from crying, and I do mean the only way to stop it from crying, is to spin that roulette wheel similar to Censored and feed it, and that stops it crying. Also, its weapon is mid and makes baby crying noises every time it fires. It's one of the most annoying weapons to own in the game, and I never want to use it. Yeah, atrocious ass abno, fucking hate it. Nameless fetus, not as bad as Retrus, second most hated abno in the game. Yeah, fuck this thing. Meat Lantern. This is a kind of like quirky, fine little abno, you know. Early game abno, not the strictest thing to work with. But when it escapes, it's a little bit unique. Because it will find a spot to lay dormant and be a trap. And anyone that steps in this trap just dies. It's an insta-kill. So you better hope someone doesn't accidentally walk over it, or you accidentally send an employee by it. Also, I wouldn't recommend physical attacks, because, yeah, that will happen. Instead, yeah, get a ranged attack and just shoot the thing down. You know, there's ways to work around it. It's quirky, it's got its quirks, it's gimmicky, it's kind of fun. Honestly, yeah, Meat Lantern, I like it. Maybe not that much. There. I think that's a fair spot for Meat Lantern. Right, Naked Nest. Yeah, so yours is another one. Fairly basic-ish to work with. But when someone does work with you, you can get hit with the stank. And as you'll see, basically a little pandemic in your facility, the stank can spread. So you want to be really careful with it. But it's not that bad. Nakedness was really not that bad to work around compared to other, like, infection-y abnos. It's actually probably the infection abno I like the most. Which is so funny because we're getting to one of the most infectious, one of the most infamous infectious abnos, sorry. Well, actually maybe famous would be the word, not infamous. So yeah, let's see. Naked Nest, where are you? Like, I don't know if I'd say I like it, but yeah, I guess there's just like a better, more tolerable, like, Queen Bee. Yeah, kinda neat. You know, it's a gimmick you work around, you deal with it. Oh boy. Melting Love. Probably the one abno that's inspired more loads in fanfiction than anything, from what I've seen at least. Dear god, people are down bad for this thing. So yeah, Melting Love. Aleph tier, you work with it. Things seem well. But unknowingly, her army grows larger day by day. See, once someone is worked with Melting Love, they get the goop touch. And the goop touch is very, very fucking infectious. And this can be a pain in, like, later game days, if you just don't go, like, fully quarantine her zone and her worker, whoever's applied to her, because you can see this shit spreads fast, and then gooped people turn into goop monsters to attack, and then you gotta fight them. And it is a really, really bad case of, you know, the goop infection spreading, and she herself can break out. And, you know, Aleph tier anyway, so, you know, add that on top of all the goop infection, you can kind of see how badly that can spiral out of control. Which, I'm sorry, Melting Love fans, but I am not particularly a large fan over.
Christmas shopping? Sounds easy. Until it isn't. You're one gift short. The high street's chaos and looks like
Right. Anyway. Back to the tier list for Mountain Love. So yeah, Melton Love, you... Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not a fan. But like, I don't know, did I loathe it? Well, I mean, unlike Parasite Trainer, you can kinda just get away ignoring her. You know, yeah, we'll put her there. Because at least you get a good weapon out of her as well. I've got some pity towards her, you know. Oh god, now here's the one I've got a split opinion on. Mountain of Smiling Bodies. So this is another death-sensitive abnormality. If people die, that counter will tick down. There is no way to get it up, and it will cause body to break out. A bit of a tough requirement as most Alfs do, nothing too crazy. You do get that running animation warning when he's close to being like agitated by deaths to break out. Now it's when he breaks out that things get interesting and I have split opinions. Because so far he's quite good, right? Death sensitive is annoying. But the counter isn't one which is nice, wiggle room for Aleph. He has a good weapon and armour. And when he breaks out, he'll beeline towards corpses to eat them. But he doesn't have a lot of health for an Aleph, and also his attack isn't much either, so you can have people stand guard and mark him quickly. But the problem is, he is another case of like he can go out of control really fast, because if he eats, he grows. Once he's in the second form, I consider this GG's, because it's very hard to stop him. And you might as well reset if he gets to his third form, because he just hits so goddamn hard and has so much health in this form. And he becomes a nightmare to deal with. I used to hate Mountain of Smiling Bodies, and it's a goddamn ticking time bomb whenever he's in the facility. But as much as I don't like him, I do admit there are ways you can plan to work around him, even if he is a death-sensitive abno. So it's weird, I'm very split personally where I want to put him, because I don't like him, but also I do think he's a cool abno, and I can admit he can be worked around, so like... But you can be a right bitch to deal with, because he is fast in his first form as well, that's the other thing. And you don't know where the closest dead body might be. You know what? I think if I can say that other tough, scary abnos can be put up, especially like when a hatred, right? For being able to work around, I think... But you're a death sensitive abno, so you know, I think I'll say... Like... I don't know... Like there... Yeah, we'll put you there. Kinda like somewhere in the middle, the kinda neat tier, you know. I don't think kinda neat fully reflects the mixed bag of emotions I feel about you, but I feel it's the tier he really mostly belongs in as much as likability goes. And then I just watch the murder and be like, what have I done with my vote? What have I done with my tier list placement? Okay, something a bit on the tamer side. Warm-hearted woodsman. Yeah, what was it like? Yeah, I think it's like 2... What is it? I know there's a stat that if it's too high it causes them to crash out. But I'm actually drawing a blank right now what it is. Right. If someone has temperance level 3 or higher, it causes like him to crash out. But he's got some... I don't know. See, he's not the worst because he can like have some wiggle room. So what happens is when his counter hits 0, he doesn't actually kill anyone, but he'll be in a state where the next person that goes in gets killed. So you can try and avoid him, you know, he'll chill. If he does get his kill though, he will take the heart of whoever he killed going into that facility and then make his escape. And you know, he's not the toughest thing, but yeah, every couple of attacks he'll just do that rapid chop followed by the spike swing, and that actually hits pretty hard, especially for a he tier. And also he can heal off people he killed, so he's pretty tough to deal with. You do need to have some caution around him, but he really isn't that bad. Especially if you've got somebody built to deal with him with, you know, a temperance that isn't too high for his requirement. Like, I don't know. Like, actually, yeah, I don't think I really like him, but yeah, he's pretty high up in the kind of neat tier, I would say. Just because he can be a bit awkward and annoying to work with, but it's not super annoying, it's dislikable. You must be happy. Simple machine go in, yes or no flashes that stops you either get a stat buff or a stat down. Buff increase or drop goes longer the longer you're in the machine. If you use it several times a day, you instantly die. I'll be real. It is just another one of those ones where I say it exists. But you know what? You're more interesting than others because of the funny gamble mechanics, so like... You know what? You get to be at the top and you exist. You exist, but I do kind of like your purpose a little bit. And yeah, there's the death animation. And next up, oh, this is a tough one to rate. We can change anything, so this is an interesting one. So, when you put someone in we can change anything, they are stuck in there and will rapidly have their health drained until they die. But the longer the person survives, the more energy is filled up, and you can do some funny cheese shit with we can change anything. Because otherwise it is just a really basic abno. I don't know, I don't think I like the cheese enough to put in I like it, but it's kinda neat. The gimmick is quite nice. You know, actually no, I think you're more interested in the teddy bear. I'll put you there. I think that seems more fair. Yeah, well, now we can like see it in action. Because yeah, you can see here actually, like someone who really endures it, I think there is like a max limit that... Oh yeah, because you get a lot of energy. But yeah, it can be a neat, helpful thing. Mirror of adjustment, you use it, the person's stat changes, Oh yeah, and if you use it more than once a day, you start losing, like, overall stats. It's whatever. Oh wait, and hold on. Next one, yeah, Skin Prophecy. It's another kind of just whatever one that I really don't care about. Like, isn't it just like an insight boost? I think. Hold on. It's an item I probably like left the footage in to like look at its requirements. Man, this is a lot of it. Oh yeah, you can see me literally skimming ahead, right? Probably should have made a proper cut. Well fuck, I guess I don't actually know what it does, but I know it's like minimum. I don't know what that means. Time to look it up myself. You use it, getting in prudence, you become more vulnerable to weight damage. Use it 7 time, panic and die. Yeah, it's like whatever. Right, moving on, probably something. Oh yes, Spider Bud. So this is another basic ammo, but if you use insight on it, you will get instantly marked. Cause by using insight, you're gonna step on a spider and squash it. And Mama don't like her spider getting squashed. The fucking cocoon for you. But yeah, besides that, it's like, I don't know. You know how it be at this point. It's like simple basic abno, but yeah, it kind of got like the creepy vibe to it, considering you just see the cocoon dangling for like the rest of the day. I don't know. Do I like you more than Letitia? I don't think so. I think Spider-Bird goes there. Oh fuck! Well, footage was going ahead. Yeah, Forsaken Murderer's next, and he's just a really basic one. Really basic early game enemy, no stats. If he breaks out somehow, he gets a metal head, he shuffles around slowly. He can hit a little bit hard. This is another basic-ish one, sadly, not much to say. Which is really weird, considering that, you know, he got a glow up in future games, because, his pages in Runa are really good. And then, you know, he got as the regret ID of Faust, which is just really fucking good for Tremor. I don't know if she's like still Tremor meta, but whatever. Anyway, to go back to topic, we've currently got Fairy Festival. They're a neat design, they're harmless pretty much. When you work with them, you'll get healed for a bit with the fairies around you. While with the fairies around you, do not go and work with anything else or you're gonna instantly die. Unlike Letitia, funny enough, Fairy Festival is really meaning that the second you think about working with something else while the fairies are there, you're dead. You're fucking done. Which, damn, I think about it and it's like, man, the things I said about neediness and whatever from Child of the Galaxy ain't all that bad actually. He's just a little sad. Fairies, they're mean, they're ruthless. Trust me, in Scottish folklore, fairies are absolute assholes. However, in the tier list, like, you know, okay, I think I'll put, you know, I'll put fairies here, and Forsaken Murder, like, you're just as, like, basic as they come, so, like, you go down there. You're bald. Okay, this is a funny one. This is another basic harmless abno. But the gimmick is, like, you get bad research if you have hair, but peak research if you're bald. And if you have hair and work on it, your employee becomes bald. You know, it's just a simple, basic gimmick. But the joke's funny enough, I think it kind of stops you from being in the just exist tier. In fact, dare I say, like, it encourages, like, pride for, like, bald people. Like, bald positivity, dare I say. So, you know, I think... okay. You know, I'll say you're better and more likeable than the Queen of Hatred, but I can't say you're better than Censored. Yes, one simple joke from a very basic abno carries it that much, what can I say? Maybe I'm overly glazing it, but I don't know. How does the bald community feel about your bald? Who knows? Today's Shylock, basic abno, research you do doesn't matter, it all depends on the face that is behind when someone enters its facility, which it randomly shuffles between. I mean, it's a nice unique gimmick, And it can be kind of annoying because you got to watch the timing. I don't know, it can be annoying sometimes, especially if I'm in a hurry dealing with a bunch of shit. So I won't say that I like it, but this is another one that kind of like just goes into the kind of neat tier. On the lower end, I would say more likable than Mountain for sure. You're probably there. Porcupus. Oh, I remember you. You're another one that's a good instinct trainer. But you're fairly basic-ish from what I remember. But yeah, the thing is, like, it'll pop your head if you, like, work with it, and then, I don't know. Like, it isn't, I don't know. There isn't just that much to Porcupus, he's just a nice introduction to the he tier, if you know, get him when you're working on he tiers. I'd say kinda neat again. I feel like I'm putting too much shit just in the kinda neat tier now. But you know, I'm actually thinking about it. I'm looking at King of Greed and Snow Queen. And some of the stuff that I've got in the like tier. And it's like, you know... Yeah, you know, I think... Yeah, because you can be good for stat training and, you know, your gimmick is kind of neat. So I think I'll put you there. And I think King of Greed I'm actually going to put... just a little above Queen of Hatred.
I'm Linda, proud mum of Team GB's Emily Campbell.
Right. Yeah, I think that is a fair little adjustment to the tier list. Alright, and this is the Porcupus escaping footage. Yeah, like, okay. Maybe he packs a bit more of a punch than I remember, but... Then again, I don't even remember him escaping that often. Gee, he's surviving even with someone using, like, Arm Black's weapon against him. Okay, Dreaming Current, I actually did like this one. Because for a while, I don't know, this one was pretty chill and rarely ever escaped. And he could be annoying to deal with when he did escape because... he's fast, like... Yeah, he was at the top with this person, now he's down here, now he's through the top. He fucking zooms and is really hard to catch and it can be annoying. Even though it is kind of funny, similar to how I feel about, All-Round Helper. Just the fact he's a very chill WoW abno does help. So, yeah, he definitely goes in the like tier. Definitely beyond kinda neat. I think... You know, yeah, I have to put you above your world, I'm sorry. In fact, no, actually... Yeah, you know what? I think that's a good place, because that's kind of how I felt about Pianta. But you're just a bit more obnoxious when you escape. No, actually, no. Because Meat Lantern has funny value to it, is better. Oh, wait, fuck. Now you're next to All-Round Helper, who's the better Zoomy boy? It's Dreaming Current. Dreaming Current's the better Zoomy boy. I never even thought how similar Dreaming Current and All-Round Helper were until now, but it's like, damn, they got some similarities. Alright, we're almost done with the tier list chat. For those of you who've stuck around, right, just bear with me. Firebird is another one. It's like you work on it and do good, but then you'll see the fire, the flames build up, and eventually it builds it up to that it can escape. Yes, this is when it can escape with good work as well as bad. I mean, it escapes it as a bitch to deal with. I'm gonna say I'm not a fan of it, but I can tolerate it a lot more than some of the other ones. You know, maybe Singing Machines is a bit more chill. No, actually, Firebird's better because it can provide some healing. So it is good when it's like, yeah. Yeah, no, I prefer Firebird actually. Even though I still don't like it. Portrait of Another World is a niche gimmicky one. Person goes in, they get painted, and then a random person gets a funny mark over them. Basically, your person on the painting won't take damage, but the other marked person will take damage in their stead. You know what? I've put a lot of... Oh, I completely forgot to place Mirror, didn't I? Wait, did I? Yeah, I didn't place Mirror of Adjustment, because it ain't there. And now I see... Wait, is that Mirror or Portrait? Hold on. Portraits icon is... Oh yes, I didn't place Mirror. Fuck, oops. Oh yeah, Mirror just exists. Right, shit, I need to remember. So that is Crumbling Armor. Actually, I'm gonna take a note so I don't forget for the post-edit. So Crumbling Armor and Portrait of Another World. Yeah, just pretend that I put Portrait of Another World in, just pretend I put it in, like, the kind of neat tier. Pipodi, it's a cute puppy. That only likes instinct work, and if you do anything else, it gets upset and then it escapes, and it's a basic to deal with. You know what? Pipodi is a very basic abno, but it is very cute, so... I don't know, can I say it's good enough to go on I like them tier? I don't know, look how cute he is though. Yeah, I'd feel bad, like, putting him in the kind of neat tier. You know, it is a cute doggo. I can't say that I don't like him. Clouded Monk, you're, from what I remember, a fairly chill... Well, he could be a little bit thingy, but, like, he wasn't the worst. Wow, Abno to deal with, even though he was another death-sensitive Abno as well. And then when he escaped, like, he was bulky, he had a bit of a punch, like your usual WoW, but he wasn't the worst to deal with, and he had a easily telegraphed charge attack. Clouded Monk, you know what? Yeah, I think you're just a slightly more likeable mountain. Yeah, kinda neat. I think that's where you belong, just above him. Oh, now the Silent Orchestra, I fucking hate this thing. We've seen this before, chat. And I know that can escape if it is... if it has a good or bad work performed on it. The thing is, when it escapes, you gotta deal with this. It's Concert, which deals different damage sets. You need to swap people in and out with, like, organised groups. And you better organise quickly before this concert begins, because you want to kill it fast. Because it will spiral out of control, deal big damage, drive your employees mad, or just straight up kill them. And if the finale finishes, it drains all... Yeah, energy drains where this performance goes, and if it finishes off, you lose all your energy. If I ever am forced to get Silent Orchestra, I'll ignore it and just pray I can get away with ignoring it. Actually, would I call it worse than Nameless Fetus? I really do hate Silent Orchestra, but you know, because it has a 2 counter, and you can kind of get away with ignoring it, I'll put it like a little bit above. And now we're at, wait, the last abno? Oh shit, I'm missing footage then. Okay, I think these 3 are scrapped abnos, but yeah, we're missing the music box. Nothing interesting to say about it though. You know, it exists. Basically, you can play. You put someone in the room with the music box to restore sanity, but if they're in too long, they have a mental breakdown. It's very uninteresting. Unlike the final abno duo we're going to talk about, Plague Doctor and White Knight. Plague Doctor is a Zion abno who's very chill and friendly. He doesn't hurt, he heals. And after a good work result, you know, you'll see a funny quote on his clock, and he'll give a blessing, which is a big stat buff to all stats. He's a kind, great abno. But then, you know, work goes and you're like, okay, why do I have this clock with Bible quotes? That's kind of menacing and scary. And you'll see he transforms, you know, grows wings, he turns white, white wings, white cloak. His quotes get a bit more menacing. And it keeps going on and you wonder, what's waiting for us at the end of all this? And then, you know, the mystery. And then, when the clock finally fills, you get to watch as your 12 blessed employees with that sweet, sweet power up get transformed into the disciples. And you get to see White Knight. Oh yeah, I had this funny clip to show my first reaction to White Knight's appearance. And just... Actually, this is quite muffled as fuck. Yeah. This was the appearance of White Knight in my first time seeing it. And, God, it's just so menacing. You literally see God himself. Well, or what I would assume is like the closest thing Project Moon has to a god. But yeah, the 12th person, instead of becoming a disciple, gets a mask and can only go and pray to one sin and hundreds of good deeds. Activating his gimmick that if you pray to him, he instantly kills White Knight for you. And then the disciples kill themselves. And if you are somehow crazy enough to go and kill White Knight without one sin's help, you get Paradise Lost, the best weapon and armor in the game. Rivaled by Apocalypse, Bird's Twilight, obviously. So, similar to how I feel about Apocalypse Bird, just the got you moment that these two bring, I feel I need to put them like right at the top. They're just too impactful to the game, and it wouldn't be the same without them, and I love it too much. It is my guilty pleasure whenever I see a new LobCorp player get Plague Doctor, because you can get Plague Doctor very, very early on in your first run, and it's great if it happens. But yeah, after all that, after so many hours of ranting, and thank you for sticking with me, chat, those who like toughed out the whole thing, jeez. Yeah, my first tier list stream, I guess. Well, technically not, we've had Pokemon Showdown streams are going with part tier list in them. But yeah, this is our final tier list that I need to add Crumbling Armor and Portrait of Another World into. Anyway, we've went on more than long enough. I'm going to end stream here. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed this. Maybe we'll do more yappy topic focused streams like this in the future. Anyway, we are going to go and try and find someone that we can raid tonight. So let's see. What the hell? Yo, my homie Momo's doing late night collab streaming? Okay. For those of you who might not know Momo, he's a good friend of mine. Big fellow FGC and horror fan. And I'm gonna guess this is a horror game he's playing, Hospital 666. I want you to all to know my friend Momo, great wacky Frenchman who is a walking living war crime in like all the best and most delightful ways. Cannot recommend his wackiness enough to anyone. And also he's just like really crazy, energetic, good vibes. Could not recommend him enough. And he never does late night streams. I never get to raid the homie. So we are absolutely fucking raiding Momo tonight because I want to see what he's up to. Anyway, I'm not sure what's happening next week, but I've got a lot of collabs planned. V-Fright, we're still trying to cook up something. May have some collab plans with Vice Cooked, and then I've got some other ideas of my own, of course. I do want to do Gogmazio sometime next week since he's coming out in Wilds for Monster Hunter fun. Anyway, I will see you all later, chat. Let's go say hi to Momo, and also thank you again for watching. I hope you all have a good rest of your day, evening, or night. Also, there's the red message.